plus 1.
Okay, let's start 5 minutes, like at 9:05.
Okay.
Stream's running? Okay, great. We'll start in like 2 minutes or so. And sound check?
Sound check, sound check.
Good. Oh, another thing to keep in mind is that the audio quality kind of beds it out. You don't run your yeah.
I will try to do my talk in line.
And it's legal. And so we'll give you 5 minutes extra too, just in case, if you need it. If not, feel free.
These slides?
Yeah.
5 more minutes to start.
No. It's going to start in like a couple of seconds. And then you get a full 30 minutes is what I mean. Like, if you need to.
I will for sure need to
Okay.
more time slot.
Perfect. Yeah. They're not good? Oh, they shouldn't be on. Can we tell Rohan? Or Rohan? Are we allowed to, or can we take off these that are messing up the screen? Some of the lights? Does anyone know? Okay. Okay, we'll deal with it next then, I guess. Okay, so if you can maybe start it and then if, like, go ask somebody and, okay, cool. Yeah, so let's go ahead and start. Ready?
Okay, welcome back everyone to the Linux App Summit. We are in our last day here. Time went by really fast. And I am here to basically present to you Luboz, talking about the year of the virtual Linux desktop. Let's welcome him on stage.
Good morning, and thank you all for joining me this early to hear about the year of the virtual Linux desktop. I'm Luboz Sarnecki. I'm with Collabora, and I also want to thank the Linux App Summit organizers for having me at this very nice conference. So this talk will be about the project I was working recently, maybe last year or the recent year, since it's the year of the Linux Virtual Desktop, XR Desktop. And I also want to thank Valve for sponsoring this project. It was really great to work with them, and without them, XR Desktop wouldn't be a reality. And this is how XR Desktop basically looks. It's an integration of the classic 2D desktop in the 3D space in virtual reality. So you can, even though you're in virtual reality, you have your VR headset on, you can still interact with your desktop windows. This was something available in the proprietary world, but on the free software desktop, we didn't really have an implementation to interact with the existing ones. So even though in free software we had 3D only or VR only desktops, XR Desktop is the first project I know of, at least, that integrates into existing desktops. So on this screenshot you see GNOME, but XR Desktop also works with KDE. So these are the two desktops we targeted first. but in general, you can implement our API in any desktop environment or in any compositor or window manager. I will start this talk by giving you a brief overview of what XR is. A very short crash course, let's say. And I was wondering, who of you in the audience ever tried VR or AR? That's a pretty solid amount. And who of you tried it on Linux? That was expected. And who tried it on a full free and open source stack? There's really few remaining. And I hope we will improve the statistic in the near future. I will also show you some interesting movements in the open source community in terms of XR. But let's start with the term XR. So we have different types of inter-reality systems. So there's a line from the real reality to virtual reality, where we have systems like augmented reality, where you have just virtual overlays in the real world, or augmented virtuality, where you have real elements in the virtual world. And there are also terms like mixed reality, which is currently most popular used for video production or for placing a real element into the virtual world. And of course we have XR. That's the term that is used, for example, in the API specification OpenXR. And it tries to cover all of these other inter-reality systems where you can see X as a variable, or the term cross-reality is also quite popular. When we see this on the line, coined by a guy called Milgram, it's nearly 26 years old, so it's not a new concept. That's the reality-virtuality continuum, where we have the virtual environment on the right, where you are fully immersed in a completely virtual world, and the real environment on the opposite side. And this spectrum is what he called mixed reality. But I guess nowadays you could also put XR on the top, just to see the term. And as types of devices, I would take 3 categories of devices that are most prominent to the consumer nowadays, with the least powerful being just a piece of paper or plastic with lenses where you can put in your phone. So it's a phone-tethered device. And if you want to have more beefy graphics from your PC and dedicated graphics card, then the PC-tethered devices are something for you. That's also, I guess, the device I'm most familiar with, I work most on. Since you have the full graphical power and abilities also of your GPU, and for example also from the CPU for physics simulation, and these devices are the ones where you get the best frame rates and the best resolutions as well. But the commercial future, also most relevant for the consumer, is a device that doesn't need to be tethered to a PC or to a phone. It's a standalone device. Here we see an augmented reality device that's tethered to its belt computer, but I still consider that standalone because the computer is bundled with it. But there are also devices where the computer is built into the headset. One thing that also separates these devices is the tracking system. So in virtual reality, when you started, or when I started virtual reality, I tried the Oculus DK1, which only had 3 degrees of freedom in tracking, which covers your head rotation. But if you moved your head in space, then the 3 degrees of freedom tracking wouldn't pick it up. For that, you would require external tracking. So this small board is called an IMU. It's an inertial measurement unit that has mostly accelerometer and gyro to capture the rotation. But if you want to go further, you need some optical solution to track. For example, this is an optical tracking solution where the headset and the controllers emit lights that get picked up by an infrared camera. It's infrared, so the user doesn't get disturbed by the lighting, and it's not in the visible spectrum. But also similar to this system, we have a system where the trackers or the base stations emit lights that get captured by the headset. So it's the other way around. Both systems have advantages and disadvantages, but they are commonly used in these PC-tethered headsets. But if you want to get rid of your tracking system, if you don't want to set up a tracking system, which is also more convenient for the user, there is something called inside-out tracking, which is completely based on computer vision. And an algorithm for that is SLAM from robotics. It's simultaneous localization and mapping. So based on computer vision, we detect features from the cameras in the headset, and due to these features we can construct a map and the user's position in space. The IMU sensor still is relevant for this, since the optical tracking based systems don't run at the same frequency as an IMU. So in the end you need both sensors and do something like that's called sensor fusion, where you need both approaches to get a valid position. What also is a separation between these device classes is maybe the input. So in the beginning, where you just had this piece of paper where you put in your phone, the controllers were very limited or not existent. So for example, the Google Cardboard had one button, and the UIs were done this way that you selected with your head, and since you didn't have any hand input. A modern PC controller for VR is, for example, this one. It's also tracked completely in space, so you can see a representation of your hands, which is very important for immersion. And it also picks up, for example, this particular controller also picks up the distance from of your fingers from the controller, so you can have a hand model, and you also have like an analog stick and buttons like you have on a gamepad. And on the back you have a trigger button, which is quite important. The one on the left is a very primitive controller. It's not tracked in 3D space, like in 6 degrees of freedom, but only 3. So it only picks up the rotation and has one button. But of course the end goal is to have the complete immersion, to have the same controllers that you have in real life, which are your hands. So with a sensor like this, which is basically just a wide-angle camera, and a lot of computer vision, we can construct a model of the hands, which looks like this. And of course there are also approaches like we see on the right side with mechanical tracking for the hands, but they are not so relevant for the consumer, since it's complicated to put them on. But on the other hand, they give you haptical feedback. So you get the motors on this tracking device or on this glove also react to what you do in VR, if you trust that. So this was a very brief crash course in XR. How we track controllers in hands and the head. Now I will give you a quick overview of the free and open source history or situation in VR. So one important thing to get implemented in the Linux graphics stack for that is the direct mode for PC tethered headsets, where you can plug in your headset and it doesn't get recognized as a monitor. What was the case before we had direct mode? Before we had direct mode, you had your application, your VR application was just a regular window in the window manager, and you needed to put it on the screen, which was the headset. One disadvantage is that the refresh rate of the headset is usually way higher than your monitor, except if you have high refresh rate monitors nowadays. But like the most headsets back in the day or even today are about 90 Hertz. If you have like the newest generation with the index, for example, you get 144. And with direct mode, the headset can run on its native resolution with its native refresh rate. So DRM leasing was used for that, and we have a property in XRNR that's called non-desktop. And if you set that property to 1, then the display will be handled and treated as a VR headset. We also have quirks in the kernel that detect the device and set this flag for you. On the Vulkan side, in XLib we have, or on X server, we have the extension called acquire XLib. Already on branches. So if you find the driver, you're willing to cursor and the Vulkan you can also acquire this. There are also in that our product actually headsets in trade-off still something that is complicated as not available. But for example, the project implements the light targeting system that's available or there are also many more projects that implement one specific thing, like SAM, for example, Slack. Of it's what that are positional tracking. We have a compositor that is written in Vulkan, and the compositor's job is to receive frames from the application and display it on the headset. In the end, we want to be the master of the problems. And now I will get into XR Desktop finally. So XR Desktop has a bunch of UI concepts. You can transform your windows in 3D space. So we use the controllers to do that. For example, you can grab a window. As you can see, you have a Foré on its end has a blue. This is from Wikipedia. It's a free. I use it in my phone. Window much less to object, and we you have an action for that. And in the end, the user can configure that, but we of course provide a standard configuration. Both APIs we support in XR Desktop, which is OpenVR and OpenXR, support actions. So this is the Valve Index controller, and we have mappings for the 3D controls and also a separate set of mappings for the 2D controls. If you want to do a right click and scroll, that's part of the 2D controls. That's the part that synthesizes the input, and also controls that move it in 3D. And as you can see, it works for different controllers. So these are currently the smart controls in VR. The mapping to different by different of things. Now I'll show a small video so you can see and I'm moving those so you can see just the for example, so the accuracy of the tracking is worse if you have a small window, obviously, or if the window is far away. That's why I scaled the window really up to do that. That's how I also would use, for example, the application Krita. So this is Clocky, a game from GNOME. And yeah, that's quite stable. As you can see, at the end of the game, the game is dialogue. So you need to recognize that model dialogue and play it on top of this actually. So it does not space, but it's onto it. But yeah, actually, I show more. Into and yeah, by me in the last 2 weeks, so this is quite recent. It's on a branch, but with OpenXR you can run XR Desktop on a full free software stack from top to bottom. And XR Desktop actually has 2 modes. One is the scene application, where we render everything ourselves in Vulkan, and the other is the overlay application, where we just push the window frames to the runtime, in this case SteamVR, and SteamVR renders them for us. But we, of course, submit the frames as soon as they're drawn. For synthesizing the input, we have libinputsynth that has several backends for X and for Wayland to move the cursor and to generate keyboard strokes. In Kwin, we are lucky to use the C plugin API to acquire the windows, which was quite convenient since we don't need to patch Kwin and we can maintain our plugin. In GNOME Shell this is not yet the case, but we are in touch with upstream to make this less complicated. Currently we are forking basically GNOME Shell. So I already said that. We have several backends to synthesize the input. And we do 0 copies, at least between CPU and GPU. We actually do a GPU copy, so we have our own lifetime on the buffers. And we use currently the GL Vulkan interop shared memory extension to share the buffers between the compositor and XR Desktop. This requires extensions that are currently not available on Intel, but hopefully they will be at some point. Yeah, so for the overlays, we are using OpenVR overlays, and in OpenXR there's something similar, a similar concept, XR composition layer, but I still have to implement that in our OpenXR compositor. So this is something just available on OpenVR currently. But until then we have the scene application where you can see we can instantiate a lot of widgets. The overlay application has a certain limit that the runtime gives us. Yeah, about the future, it will be really nice, but I'm afraid then that I'm out of time. So let's maybe skip to something. Oh yeah, that's a parabolic pointer. So currently our pointer is using advanced controllers, so you can move it with the analog stick. But for more simple controllers that are more similar to maybe this remote, we have something like the pointer to be a parabola where you just can rotate it. Yeah, 3D UI is a very nice thing. We have some and we want more in XR Desktop, so we're working on this. So if you're a UI designer and have ideas, then please contribute. And basically, if you want to get involved, we are on Free Desktop. Join us on Freenode IRC, or we also have a Discord channel. And thanks. So are there any questions, and do I have time for any?
Yeah, we're out of time.
Okay. Yeah, so see you online.
Thank you so much, Luboz, for an talk. The ones who are interested in Accessibility Desktop, please find him at the unconference and feel chat with him.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, now we'll set up the stage for our next speaker, Cassidy. Okay, well, accessibility features are just features. So please welcome our next speaker, Cassidy James, as he talks about the title Curb Cuts. Please give him a big hand.
I can set one thing up real quick. Okay, let's see if this works. So I'm here to talk about curb cuts. Accessibility features are just features. My name's Cassidy James. I'm Cassidy James Blaede. I'm involved as co-founder and CXO at Elementary Inc. And in case you don't know what we make Elementary OS. It's a Linux-based OS. I think you all probably know about it, so I'm going to skip it for time. But yeah, it's a platform, and that's some of our stack. It's a lot of overlap with GNOME technologies. I'm from GNOME and collaborate upstream with them quite a bit. I want to preface this by saying I'm not an expert in accessibility by any means. I've been working with Elementary for about a decade now, but I'm not formally trained in accessibility. If an accessibility researcher or somebody who's been in the industry for a long time tells you something different than me, probably listen to them instead of me. But I do want to talk about how we can change our mindset a little bit in software, and especially free and open source software, when it comes to accessibility and how we implement these features in our products. So who knows what a curb cut is? And I think if you read the abstract of the talk, I maybe spoiled it there. But raise of hands, anybody know what a curb cut is or is familiar with that term? Oh, cool. So I get to explain something. It's where a sidewalk meets a road. It's simple. You've seen it probably in every major city pretty much around the world at this point for the last 60 years or so. It was originally designed for wheelchairs. So curb cuts were an accessibility feature that, before 60 years ago, these weren't a thing. You had a sidewalk, it met a road, there was a curb, and you just jumped off the curb or jumped up the curb or whatever, and it was fine. Except for when there were wheelchairs involved, and you would have to have somebody literally lift you up and put you down on the sidewalk, and that's not a good experience. That's kind of crappy. So there's a good background of curb cuts and kind of their origin and when they started to become popular, if you're into podcasts, and there's an article there at 99pi.org. But they're also really useful for people who might not have mobility issues. Somebody like pushing a two-wheel cart with packages on it, or somebody pulling a wagon behind them, or like a skateboard or scooter or something. So they're really useful, and I can zoom in here, it's that thing. They're really useful for a wide variety of people, but they're also critical for accessibility, and they're everywhere. So what I consider curb cuts in UI, I'd say, meet these three criteria. It's ubiquitous default, it's everywhere, handy for a wide variety of people, but critical for accessibility. So before I get into free software specifically, or Elementary OS specifically, I want to look at some examples that you're probably familiar with across other platforms, such as like mobile. On-screen keyboards are a curb cut. These started as a desktop accessibility feature for people who might not have the motor control or strength to use a standard keyboard, but they might have had motor control to control a cursor on a screen. But now they're ubiquitous in touchscreens because of the form factor mostly. But it's really useful now in like platforms like macOS, or not macOS because they don't have touchscreens, but Windows, the iPad, Chrome OS, Android. These platforms have on-screen keyboards, which are really, really nice for their touchscreen form factors, but they're also really nice for accessibility reasons. So it's the ubiquitous default. Most platforms support it by default. It's just a feature of the OS. You don't have to go install an on-screen keyboard on Windows. It's just part of the OS. It's handy for a variety of people, whether that's motor impairments or whether that's touchscreens. And it's critical for people who couldn't otherwise use the device. Speech input is another one. This is a big one. We've seen with like smartphones and smart home devices and, hey Siri, hey Google, Alexa, what's the weather? I promised myself I wouldn't do that, but if your device goes off, I'm a little sorry. I guess Mycroft. This is an accessibility feature on the desktop for dictation and controlling your software, but it's become ubiquitous. We have voice input everywhere. And we control random light bulbs and things with it, and we ask the weather, and my mother-in-law, who has a smartphone, like when she texts a long text, she will start typing it and she'll just be like, I'm just going to hit the button and talk to it because that's easier and simpler for me to understand. So and it's here, I don't know if you can see, it's just a default feature on keyboards. This is on iOS and on Android. There's just a button to do speech input. It's just a feature. It's not a special accessibility feature you have to go toggle on. So again, ubiquitous default. It's just there, handy for a wide variety of people, whether they have certain impairments or just prefer a certain way of using the device. And it serves a critical need for people who might not have the fine motor control required for a small touchscreen. Closed captions is another really interesting one. This is less about a specific platform and more kind of widely culturally accepted phenomenon. In the 1970s, closed captions were, I guess, invented for television broadcasts. And in the US, at least, we mandated by law that they had to be on any broadcast material that was in the US. And very soon after closed captions came out, the majority of users of closed captions were not the hearing impaired, which is what the law was designed to help for accessibility. There was a survey that said, I think it was over 70% of people who were using closed captions on a regular basis were not hearing impaired. The largest group of that was people who were learning a second language. So they might be English as a second language learners and turn on the TV and they can kind of hear what's going on, but when they can read it, it's much easier to understand for them and helps them learn the language better, both visually and through hearing. And it's also frequently used in public spaces for things like reducing noise pollution, or you just have a lot of TVs and want to have a lot of things going at once and let people choose what they're looking at. We see closed captions. Netflix has like closed captions built in. It's just like a button push away. And we see platforms like YouTube now even like auto-generating captions for, again, it helps with accessibility, but if you're like on a train and can't really turn up your volume, but you're trying to gather some information that's in a video format, that's really useful for you. And we're even seeing crazy features now in OSs. This is a new feature in Android where anywhere on your whole device, it will use crazy magic machine learning on-device AI stuff and transcribe in real time what's going on your phone, or even what's around you. And it's like, again, accessibility is really cool, but like there's so many utilities for this outside of just accessibility. So by providing this really handy accessibility feature, it's also useful for a wide variety of people. So again, ubiquitous default. Closed captions are a standard feature. It's one click away on YouTube, one click away on Netflix. It's handy in a multitude of environments, and it serves a critical need for those who are hard of hearing. So I want to look at some examples in elementary OS specifically. We started an initiative we call Accessibility Features Are Just Features recently, and you can track it on the GitHub tracker there. One of the first major efforts was we moved a lot of our universal access settings or accessibility settings out of this kind of tucked away corner that was hidden in the OS. It wasn't really hidden, it's just nobody went there. We graduated them into proper, standard, tested features of the desktop. So put them where you would expect them in the software with related controls that weren't just accessibility related. It's kind of ironic we called it universal access when we heard from users that not very many of them used it because they didn't think it was for them. They thought, well, I'm not disabled. I don't have a handicap. And it turns out that these features are useful for a lot of people. And if we expect it to be usable in a non-broken way, we should be confident enough to expose it to all users through the regular settings. So here's an example, I don't know if you can see from there, but we introduced this appearance settings for our desktop, which includes things like text scaling. This used to be just an accessibility feature that said, well, you know, if you have poor eyesight, maybe you want to turn up the text size. But there's no reason that this isn't useful for a wide variety of users as well. We hear from a lot of users of certain hardware, resolutions and size combinations, that they want to bump up the text size a little bit. And so we just support it as a standard feature. Things like reducing animations and translucency are also helpful for a wide variety of people. So they're here as well. We also, in our keyboard settings, we have repeat delay and cursor blink speeds. These are kind of traditional accessibility settings, but they're keyboard settings, really. They're related to keyboard input, so we put them with the keyboard settings. Same with mouse and touchpad controls. There's things like double click speed, long press secondary click. That one's really useful for accessibility if you have trouble double clicking, you don't have that motor control. But it's also really helpful on touchscreens where you press and hold to get a menu. And we actually had users of touchscreens asking if there was a way we could implement this throughout the OS, and it's already there. It's already part of the standard stack, but they were having a hard time finding it. So it's just a standard feature. And mouse pointing settings as well, revealing the pointer when you hit control. You know, if you have a hard time spotting the little mouse cursor, that can help you find it. But it's also nice for like screencasts and presentations if you have a mouse cursor on the screen in front of an audience like this. Controlling the pointer with the keypad. Again, a standard, an accessibility feature that has been turned into a standard feature here, and it's well supported. In sound settings, this one is interesting because I've actually needed this personally. We have, when there's an event alert, so something like you're backspacing in an empty text field and it goes like dung dung dung. There was a setting in accessibility to turn that into a screen flash. And then there was a setting in the sound settings to turn that sound on or off. And we combined these settings into one place because they made sense. They're grouped together. And that way you can, you know, do sound or flash or neither or both. And this addresses accessibility needs, like if you can't hear, then a sound is not helpful to you. But it's also useful in like live audio production, which I've done. And you might not want your machine making any extra noises besides what you're playing through the speakers, and so you turn it into a screen flash instead. Another way we've done this in elementary OS is better contrast across the entire system through the system style sheet. So the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, or abbreviated WCAG, or however you want to pronounce that, they have this rating system of A, AA, or AAA contrast, and it deals with how contrasty the foreground text is against the background. In elementary OS, we strive for AA or better contrast. Oftentimes we meet the AAA contrast guidelines, and we're striving to meet it in more situations. And this is, according to those guidelines, if you have AAA contrast and somebody still can't read your text properly, they're already almost certainly using further accessibility features like magnification or screen readers. So by making the entire style sheet AA or AAA contrast compliant, you're really helping a lot of users who would otherwise switch into a separate high contrast mode. So this has reduced the need for a completely separate experience for these users. It's also just nice when you're on a projector like this and your foreground text and background texts, you know, the projector doesn't have the best contrast in the world, so by having better contrast through the whole system, it's easier to read for everybody. Another initiative we've done with this is introducing color schemes into some of our core apps, like the terminal and code editor. And they're accessible by default color scheme choices. Instead of, you know, saying, here's a million different colors, you choose what color works for you, which you can still do under the hood if you know how it all works. We offer 3 like bespoke, pre-designed, accessible by default color schemes: a dark, a light, and a high contrast light. And these are great. I've heard from people who use the high contrast light theme for things like they're programming outside and the sunlight is hitting their screen and like they have the brightness all the way up and they can't see their screen. But with this high contrast mode, they're getting the maximum brightness they can, and it's just a standard feature that anybody can use. You know, in that situation, you might not think, I need an accessibility feature. I'm going to go find it in the settings, turn on a system-wide accessibility setting. You just are trying to code or something, and so it's really handy to have this quick access as a standard feature. And for dark and light style, this helps people with, you know, if they have migraines or are working in a dark environment. This kind of echoes some of the talks we've had about a system-wide dark preference. It's just more accessible, and it's just a standard feature that's well supported. So these are all really cool features, but I think what's really important, the big takeaway is they're not really features. It's more about the mindset that you have when designing your software. I hope that as designers and developers of especially open source software, we can adopt this mindset of curb cuts in making our software accessible to people by default and more useful to more people. And again, better design. Oh yeah, if you implement curb cuts throughout your software, I believe you'll have better design. It'll be more useful to more people, and it'll be better tested for those accessibility features since they're not just a separate feature. Thank you. And do we have time for questions? Cool. Thought it was pretty short.
Any questions?
I appreciate what you did. Because in my experience, the accessibility features are the first one to fall victim to other cuts, in particular the budget cuts. And yeah, my actual question then is those color schemes, any consideration towards the colorblind users, like any color schemes specific, like so that they can distinguish like the, I don't know, the contrast, like contrast of colors, with focus on those who can't distinguish the colors?
Yeah, so this is another kind of accessible by default thing we're doing throughout the design of elementary OS. We try not to ever rely only on color for meaning. So we always try to have a symbol or shades, not just strict colors. I guess there's not a separate colorblind accessibility mode that I'm aware of, but again, by using symbols and common metaphors, we're not relying on color. So, and this also helps for, like we've seen on other platforms, they have like grayscale modes for like reducing the amount of distraction that you get. And I found like on my phone that that's really important to be, if it's only using color to distinguish things, then even for me, who's not colorblind, when I'm using certain modes or in certain environments with dim lighting or whatever, it's more accessible to me as well. Thank you, good question.
So I really like the idea of accessibility by default, and how could we make that as an experience just like across app ecosystem? As I mean, do you have have you thought about that idea as across just all our desktop projects? It seems like a great distinguishable feature. Especially in this small segment that's sometimes often forgotten when we build and write apps, right? So,
I think a big part of that is it's up to the platforms. Platforms should have accessible style sheets by default. So Blaede and the elementary style sheet and what KDE uses by default should be accessible and high contrast. And also, human interface guidelines for those platforms have a role to play there as well, of saying, hey, accessibility is important. Here's how you can make sure you have high contrast. Make sure you use symbols in these contexts, not just color. And establishing those conventions in first-party apps as well. So I think all GNOME apps and all elementary apps should strive to have very, very good accessibility by default without resorting to separate modes. And that's not to say separate modes are unimportant, and you should also test everything in separate modes as well. But I think when that happens, or those are the most likely instances where you have broken apps, is when you're using it in a theme you've never tested against, for example. So yeah, I think setting the standards by the platforms themselves is probably the most effective way.
Sorry. All right, so I'm curious, does night mode really interfere with, since it changes the temperature of the screen? Does that? Yeah,
so that, so you're saying like a night shift or night mode where it's, or night light, I guess, where it's shifting red over the day. I don't think it really interferes. I think that's yet another example of it could be considered accessibility. It's trying to make your device easier for you to use, or the device easier for certain people to use in certain circumstances. I think, again, that goes back to color and colorblind testing and using symbols. If you assume your screen is going to look a certain way and it's actually way more red, certain colors can get lost. But that's also true of just hardware in general. Like certain displays are a lot lower quality. Again, like projectors are just older desktop displays or whatever. So I think these are pretty universal principles for design.
Yeah, I also like the idea to have accessibility by default. I'm a journalist and I'm actually writing about an article about accessibility on Linux. And I gathered some feedback, and what we should keep in mind is that that accessibility is not accessibility. So different people have different needs. For example, I asked a guy who had problems with seeing, and he said high contrast is for him a problem. The windows are jumping for him, and so he put it to make it a total different and make it low contrast, which is more accessible to him. So, but of course, to have it by default and for the most people, and then to have it to set up, the possibility to set it up for special needs is a good thing. And I also had make some people from I showed them just Ubuntu, and they didn't know Linux before, and they tested, and like this. Okay, some accessibility features I need to set up in the accessibility settings. Some others I must jump back to the mouse settings and so on. This was also confusing. So, and when we think about, for example, the on-screen keyboard, maybe I'm not correct, but I thought it come more from, not from accessibility, more from, yeah, like have touchscreen devices, and we want to have so is the on-screen keyboard in GNOME, isn't it? Was it from this approach to have a GNOME tablet or something, or I'm wrong?
Yeah, so in, I guess I'll go in order there. There was talking about low contrast and differing needs for different people. For that, we've talked about by having a high contrast style by default, it's actually a lot easier to do things like a low contrast shader in the window manager. It's a lot harder to get good quality results in like increasing the contrast in a shader without really blowing stuff out. But it's a lot easier to reduce the contrast for certain users. So I think by having a more accessible default for a lot of people, you can also do more interesting things in software that makes it more useful for other people as well. And I know we talked a little bit about that at GWADAC last year, or earlier this year. As far as the separation of settings, you know, having separate accessibility settings versus integrated into the settings, that's a conversation we had a lot. I haven't heard, I guess, any like expert opinions on it. I'd be curious to hear that. I think the goal, unless I hear a compelling case otherwise, the goal would be to have all of these settings in their more natural places throughout the system, so they're more widely used and just easier to find when you're looking for them. I think having a separate accessibility section may be a relic of a time when we just kind of shoved everything in the corner and didn't ever test it. But I'm not sure. If I hear otherwise, I think there's interesting things we can do. Something we do in elementary OS is we actually have system-wide search. So if you're searching for certain types of settings, it's really easy to expose where they are in the settings app itself. So I think there's probably more interesting things we can do around that. And the third thing was keyboard, yeah. So I am fairly certain in GNOME Shell it was designed for touch, but I think the feature as far as desktop goes, like it predates touchscreens on computers, like having an on-screen keyboard, that feature, because there's certain users who maybe can't use their hands but are using the pointer stick on their head and motion tracking, and that's a way they can type without using their hands or fingers. So that sort of a feature originally was an accessibility feature, and then now has become a widespread like hardware compatibility feature or form factor feature, but it also still is really useful for accessibility.
For example, the on-screen keyboard on GNOME, it don't has tab or some keys you need. For example, if you and the problem of the problem of thinking like accessibility features are features for everybody. I like the idea, but what we keep in mind of, we shouldn't then forget the accessibility needs. Yeah. So
right.
If I say, okay, so I just want a fancy on-screen keyboard, because nice. Yeah. So and if I want to, I never use a terminal with an on-screen keyboard, but some people need it to. So we shouldn't forget the testing on accessibility.
Yeah. Yeah. I think. Kind of goes back to there's varying needs for varying people. Yeah. I'm not super familiar with the GNOME Shell keyboard specifically and what features it has. We don't use GNOME Shell in elementary OS, so yeah, I think it is important to remember that.
Any more questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Cassidy. Okay, this was an amazing talk, and thank you. Give him a big round of applause again. Okay, hold your excitement as our keynote panel is coming up next. We are going to start it soon.
One. Oh, missed someone?
Oh.
I said one more share.
Oh, yeah. Panel.
But worst case, we have a few other. Okay, well, I'm going to sit on this side then.
Because you want to be by my side, right?
Yeah.
No, if you want to get his face on the camera.
I just want to make sure that I'm sitting next to my closest friend.
EFS. Wow.
The only one wearing a button-up shirt now. The what? Button-up shirt. What is it? Huh. I think you're more self-conscious than
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Your branded lanyard over here.
Yeah. So messy.
Aubergine. Interpreting your name. We got. I thought there were purple ones.
No, they're not.
I mean, aubergine.
Nobody knows the company name, so
Oh yeah.
nobody recognizes the brand, right?
Nobody knows whose company's name. Exactly.
Oh, it's not one.
Yeah, these two are.
Not to upset your order or anything, but this is what's going to be projected behind you. So
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah, it basically nailed the arrangement.
I'll have to go over here.
Yeah, Aleix should be here.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
No, it's fine.
That's the most frustrating thing on the movie posters. The names are not lined up with the people on the movie poster. Love the attention to detail.
I love the Paris stuff.
What?
Oh, I see.
I mean, face.
Next, I'm going. No.
Oh, no. Oh, there you go.
I get all of this.
elevated.
Feeling a little natty.
Where did you go? Oh, yeah.
Quite the spicy font.
I love that. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. You get the LGS. That one.
Excellent. Kind of rare. Oh, yeah. I don't even know what genial means.
Well, that's the thing. Like, you just don't use the trend. That's the word.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. What's up? I don't know. Who's there? Should look at the store.
I have no clue.
Hello, everyone. So this slot, we're going to have a panel to discuss the future of Linux applications. So my name's Heather Ellsworth. I am going to moderate the panel, so ask a bunch of questions. And then we'll have a special portion at the end for the last 10 minutes or so where I can communicate your audience questions to the panel as well. So as we're doing this, you can think of any questions that you have, put them in the Telegram channel for the LOS 2019. And just to make it easier, if you tag a question with just hashtag question, hashtag anything really, then it'll highlight it in Telegram with a different color, easier for me to find. So when I'm browsing the questions, make sure that it'll have a hashtag question. Let's just get started. We have a bunch of different people representing a bunch of different awesome things. So I would like each one of you to kind of just go down the line and say what your name is, what your project or affiliation is, where you're based, and one adjective that defines you. And then we'll get going with some questions. So
I'll leave the adjective thing for the end because I don't really see it. My name is Aleix Paul. I am from Barcelona, and I am the KDV president right now. I'm also a software developer in KDE. My adjective is going to be sleepy.
Hey, my name's Rob McQueen. I'm the current president of the GNOME Foundation Board of Directors. Also work for Endless. I live in Cambridge in England. I think my adjective would be optimist.
So my name is Alex. I work at Red Hat, but also do GNOME stuff in my spare time, and I've been doing that for a long time. But like the last 4 years or so, my main work has been on Flatpak and FlatHub and the ecosystem around that. I live in Stockholm, Sweden. I work from home, and my adjective is like old.
I'm Alan. I work for Canonical on Ubuntu and Snapcraft. I've been a community member in the Ubuntu community for years and years, since about 2006, and then I joined the company in 2011. I live in the UK with my family and my 2 cats. If you follow me on Twitter, you'll see me post lots of cat pictures. So I guess my adjective is cat lover.
My name is Daniel Foré. I'm going to have trouble remembering what all the questions were, so my adjective is forgetful. I'm the founder and CEO of Elementary Inc. We produce Elementary OS, and we use a ton of open source software, and we make a ton of open source software. I am based out of Sacramento, California, but the company is distributed, but we're US-based. What questions did I miss? Did I get them all? Yes, not forgetful.
we do that. Okay, so that's your microphone. This is my microphone. All right, so I think a really good question. You all can hear me, right? Yeah? Okay, cool. So this Linux App Summit is the first time that it's been joint hosted with GNOME and KDE.
So targeted to GNOME and KDE, why did you decide to come together to host LOS this year? And is this a partnership that we can expect in the future? And how will it affect the app ecosystem? You can answer any, all. So maybe Aleix and Rob, you can kind of take to answer.
I think the main thing is that I think in the media and maybe in the wider community, there's this portrayal that KDE and GNOME should always be like at each other's throats and like fighting against each other and things. But the reality is that actually everyone in KDE and everyone in GNOME is motivated by the same thing, right? We're all actually lovers of free software, lovers of the free desktop, and we want to go out and encourage more people to use free software and to sort of make the world, make an impact on the world in that way. So looking at apps particularly, I think both of our communities have identified this is a bottleneck to how we can engage people into the Linux desktop and how we can get people in and grow what it is that we're doing. So to me, in the board of GNOME, it made perfect sense that we would kind of look for something bigger than our particular desktop platforms and things, and actually pull together and say, what can we do together for Linux on the desktop? So it made great sense, and I hope to continue this cooperation. But the reality is, there's a lot of it that goes on, on various technical and design and marketing and things levels where the communities work together because we are working on this bigger picture together.
My answer is going to be much more egoistical, which is I have been always very frustrated about how hard it is to get my applications to the Linux users, and the more involved I've become with higher levels in my organization, and more involved with working with more people, I've seen that they're also frustrated this way, and for me personally, I was kind of jealous that GNOME was doing the LAS before, and I joined them, and it looked like we could work together, and I think that we're making overall something that is bigger and that it could become bigger over time, because in the end, I think that what matters for us is that when people are sitting down with a Linux device, they need to be able to do everything they want to do, and the way to do that is to make sure that there's not quirks and little details that will stop them technically from reaching where they want to go. They just can do it because we're doing kind of the same. And in the spaces where we're not doing the same, we need to just acknowledge that it's something different, it's some kind of diversity that we have, and embrace it however we can. And I definitely see this going along in the future, provided logistics happen. Yeah.
Good. Yep.
All right.
So all of you have been in the communities for a long time. And I'm sure you've all recognized that we need to improve upon diversity. So if you could each kind of briefly, because we don't have infinite time, right? Speak to how you think that we could improve diversity. This is geological, it's across, genders and, colors and everything, all kinds of diversity. So if you could briefly, just what could we do as a community, as a Linux app community, to increase the diversity there?
So, there's a twofold problem here. There's one is getting more people from minority groups and people who are underrepresented, getting those people in. Which I think is a struggle and something we need to work hard at. And I'm not necessarily qualified to be the best person to, as a straight white male, I'm not the best qualified person to do that. But the thing I do notice is the flip side, which is making it welcoming so that we don't turn those people away, so that we have in place, whether it's a code of conduct or policies on ways we want our communities to behave, online and offline, whether it's like in meetings like this or on IRC or in forums, and just encouraging people not to judge people by their gender or background or ethnic diversity or whatever it might be, but making it a more welcoming place. I think there's two parts to it, and having those code of conducts enforced is also an important thing. And I think one of the problems we've seen over the years is we don't enforce those code of conducts strongly enough. And we let things slide to the point where people who we really want to be in our community get frustrated, get upset, get offended, and just walk away, and we lose people that way. So I think there's two sides to it: welcoming new people and making sure that once they're in, they don't get pushed back out again by other, like, mean-spirited or ill-behaved people in our communities.
So I agree with all of that, and I think our behavior is important. But I also think another thing is important that we have not really looked very much into, in that people who are not, Europeans that have a lot of money and spare time and vacations might not be able to work on free software unless there's a monetary gain from it, right? You have to somehow support your family, support yourself. So I think having a way to make money somehow of your work on open source is important. And I think we kind of have ignored that. Even some people think it's evil or whatever to make money off free software. I don't think that is evil at all. I think it's very important for a large fraction of the world's population.
Yeah, I think one of the problems that we face is just looking at this panel right now is that our leadership isn't very diverse. And so we need to do a better job at not only trying to get more people involved and like an internship level, but we really need to make sure that we lift people up into leadership positions, because we know just in, like, from a product design perspective, that if we don't have people in leadership positions that have diverse stakes, that we get products that only serve a very small set of people. So, and it's kind of a feedback loop, right? If our products are designed in a way that they only serve a certain number of people, then we don't bring those new people in. And then if those people don't get pushed up into the leadership, then the products stay the same, and it kind of stagnates. So I think we really need to, like, hack away at our institutions and say, you know what, how do we change the status quo and get people in a place of power that are going to make things different than they are and bring up different concerns?
Yeah, the GNOME board has made this diversity and inclusion a huge priority for this reason, basically, that we need to not only kind of reach outside of our kind of normal communities and try and bring people in. So we're trying to move the GUADEC conference around the world so that we actually can interact with different communities and actually find people from different places and speak to them and understand their problems with computing and what do they need to achieve. But then also, to Alan's point of, like, once you go through these different efforts, there are initiatives to improve diversity and to bring in different minorities, and then you have this really kind of crappy atmosphere and people just don't like it and they leave. All of that effort you've spent has just been wasted, and it could be one comment, or it could be a story about what happened at a conference. And so the code of conduct thing, GNOME has put this in place for events and online spaces, and it's taken us like decades too long, but it's an incredibly important piece of this puzzle that we can actually sort of bring in those diverse voices, factor them into our communities, make sure that we're putting the effort into getting diverse voices in, and then respecting and hearing those, and not kind of not creating these kind of microaggressions and these things that push people out.
Well, I agree on everything that has been said. I think that to sum up a bit the conversation from my perspective is that there's lots of ideas. There's not really a single solution for the problem. And, well, whoever has good solutions is very welcome to work together with any of us. And I'm sure that there's ways we can improve for all.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Alex just mentioned monetization, and I know Rob mentioned it yesterday. So, and then I also know that Elementary is shipping a pay what you want app store. So, what does the economic model look like for apps moving forward, do you all think?
Yeah, I think that it's interesting because it's been pointed out that some people have this perspective that making money in this space is somehow unethical, and so it's been kind of an uphill battle within our own community to build a consensus that like making money is something that we should be trying to do. But I think that we're coming around to that point where that's no longer such an unpopular idea, and now we're thinking about, okay, making money isn't necessarily a bad thing, so how do we do it in an ethical way? And I think that when we had this discussion, that we came to that conclusion that pay what you want is a more ethical model, because we don't want to lock out people who maybe can't afford to pay a certain number of US dollars, and it sounds like other people are agreeing that pay what you want might be a path forward, and I'm interested to see like more innovative models, but that's the one that I really believe in, and I feel like has been successful for us as an organization, and the one that we've helped prop up our developers with.
So we've, at Canonical, we've created app stores multiple times. We had the Ubuntu Software Center, which around the era of Ubuntu 12.04 or thereabouts, and developers could publish applications in that store and charge for it. But there were a number of problems with that. The minimum cost due to our payment provider was far too high. It was like $4.50 or something was the minimum price. And you had to package everything as a deb. So you had to become a Debian packager, even as a developer of a game or something, or a developer of a simple little utility. You had to get over that hurdle of becoming a Debian developer. So then, future, we had Ubuntu Phone, RIP, which also had a pay model store, so you could publish click packages in the store, and we learned a lot from both of those experiences of having paid app stores, which meant that right now, in the Snap Store, we haven't yet implemented payments, partly because of the lessons we've learned so far, because we want to do it right, and partly there's a different model now. Whereas in the past, you used to go into a store and buy a box that had discs in it, and you go to a person and you pay for it and you walk out with a box. Nowadays, people don't so much pay for software as they pay for services. Like, people don't pay for Spotify, the app. They pay for the subscription service to listen to the music. You don't pay for Slack, the app. You pay for history in your Slack channels. And so I think it's something interesting and something we certainly need to support, but we need to look at how people are actually paying for software, and at the moment people aren't. There's a big exception to this, which is games. People pay for games. You buy a game for a fixed price. They may be DLC, but I think because of all of this, we've been quite hesitant to implement payments in the Snap Store. But having conversations here this week, last night and today, we're certainly going to look again at it over the coming year. But it's a tricky thing to implement, given we've tried twice already. So we have some experience there.
Yeah, there's a reason that we've been kind of treading with some hesitation here, because as Alex said before, that just removing that kind of assumption of privilege that you have your spare time and you can write free software and just give it away, and that's fine. That cuts the number of people in the world who can actually do this down to a tiny fraction. So there needs to be an economy that supports this. Everyone needs somewhere to live and food for their family. So it's important to me to see that GNOME is part of this wider movement to actually put together solutions to this, and it's not antagonistic to software freedom. Every free software license, you can take the binary and you can sell it or charge for distribution or whatever, and then there's source code. That's not a problem for us. So just kind of separating those ideas in people's heads, that we can be respectful and ethical with freedoms and access to computing, and also have an economic model. There are so many different models around free and open source software that make money. We shouldn't just cut app developers out from that. So just making sure that we build a system that works and doesn't kind of cross any of those red lines is very important.
Yeah, okay, that sounds great. All makes sense. So switching to kind of packaging, in the last not too long, right, relative to Linux, we've seen the creation of Snap and Flatpak and App Image. Can you talk about what prompted the creation of that, and then what the impact has been?
So I've long had an interest in the technical side of containerization or like app stuff, but I also have, I think the core is driven from this disconnect I see between developers of application and users, where the distro gets in the middle and basically prolongs the cycle of releases and increases the distance between app developer and their users. And my work is mostly really targeted against app developers, where obviously users gets to take advantage of it, but like the point is, if app developers can easily produce their apps and ship them to their customers or users and get feedback, and we can like improve this iterative loop where feedback from users get into the developers' hands, and then they can fix stuff, and they immediately get into the hands of the users, and we can just improve the development model a lot, and make more and better software. And I think that's the basic for all my work in Flatpak. Well, plus I like the technical aspects of it too.
So snaps were an evolution of the click packages we made on the phone, and they were originally not designed for the desktop use case. Snaps were originally designed to solve a specific problem where you may have seen news articles where a baby monitor or a router is not getting software updates, and someone finds a backdoor and is able to access millions of routers across the world and compromises systems. And so snaps and Ubuntu Core were designed for devices, generally like Raspberry Pi, small board computer, edge computing devices, in order to deliver over-the-air updates to those machines in a timely fashion so they wouldn't be left out of date. And a machine that's in the field that needs updating, you could do over the air nice and easily in an atomic fashion and with rollbacks and all that kind of good stuff. So it was really designed for that originally, and so we realized that technology would be useful for us to be able to deliver desktop applications as well as server packages. So for example, if you snap install Nextcloud, you get a Nextcloud server. But equally, you can snap install Node and get the Node.js environment set up to be able to create JavaScript-based applications. So Snap's origins start from like the tiny little non-graphical, non-user interactive devices out in the field and spread to servers and desktops. But I think I agree with Alex. On desktop, it's more about empowering developers to get their software in the hands of users super fast, so a user can report an issue and the developer can fix that and not be constrained by the release process of all the distributions that the users may be using. The developer can push an update and the user gets it, potentially within minutes, which is a very compelling argument for software delivery. Like, I have no idea what version of Spotify I have on my Android phone, and I don't care. I just want the latest version of Spotify. And the same goes for my desktop. I don't care what version, I just want the latest one. And a significant number of users out there want the same thing. They just want the latest shiny, that has all the latest bug fixes, all the latest security updates, and they don't want a gatekeeper Linux distro holding back those updates along the way.
So we haven't been involved in the creation of either of these formats, but we've been really heavily researching the last couple years where we want to go as an organization with regards to packaging. And for us, the absolute most important aspect of these new formats that are emerging is kind of this trust issue. And we had this model before where we implicitly trust every package that we install on our system, and we trust that someone has maintained this in a way that makes it safe, that makes it stable, that makes it respect your privacy. And it turns out that we have a really big, wide world now with lots of developers all over the place, and some of them are malicious and some of them aren't necessarily malicious, but the kind of scope of permission that we allow to the packaging is kind of dangerous to our users, and they've encountered issues with how these packages function technically. So these new formats kind of restrict things a little bit, and they're built more for a modern world of applications, and they're built to kind of enforce that trust layer a little better, so that when a user installs an application, they have to worry a little bit less. It's maybe not perfectly secure or perfectly privacy respecting, but it's a little bit more technically enforced than the old way, and I think that's what makes it compelling for us.
All right, thanks. So, kind of going back to the whole GNOME KDE thing, I think it's great again that we have LOS together. But are there other ways that we can pool our resources? Maybe this is marketing-wise to improve the marketing story of Linux, like overall, but pool our resources to like mitigate fractionalization and I guess get more exposure to Linux to garner more users.
Well, as I see it, I mean, there's definitely always more things we can do, and there's a lot of problems that we can turn into a social problem, and all of these, it's a matter of, well, sitting together and doing things, and, well, we've done that several times, last an example, and we will probably continue doing it over the years. But I think that here what matters is this conversation where we're actually allowing the developers of applications and users have this conversation between both of them, and what we're trying to achieve, at least from my perspective, is for them to have a meaningful conversation. This is something that they've never had to do, and this is something that I don't think any of us are trying to break. GNOME and KDE and Elementary and all of us, we need to keep working together, and we will continue doing so at so many levels, like Wayland and standards and well, promo even. But what matters is that when people create things, well, they can reach the users in the best of the conditions.
I think the important thing is just recognizing that the application ecosystem that is this precondition for success for Linux on the desktop is sort of bigger than any of our respective projects. In a sense, what Aleix was saying is we're all here to kind of allow in developers to succeed, to give them tools where they can actually produce applications and get them to users. So this is already a kind of very kind of cooperative effort. I think marketing is probably like a big missing piece, and I know that the GNOME engagement team is also thinking about this, of like how do we show kind of a bigger opportunity for developers to actually reach users? How do we attract people to the Linux platform generally? How do we kind of make it appealing to publish there? Make it easier, obviously, the tooling and the kind of the friction that we have. But then just telling that good story, right, of, if you come here, then we have tools that you can use to succeed. We have users that you can reach due to the different channels and distributions and platforms that we have. So, yeah, I think there's more cooperation, but things like Larsson and just working together in, Flatpak runtimes and, platforms on Snap Store. There's so many different technical pieces we're doing, but just building that bigger picture and just selling it is very important.
Very short detail. I think that only the fact that we're creating, it's 2-3 different desktop environments, the fact that we're creating very good ones, and all of the users that this is bringing to the Linux ecosystem is already like working together in a way. Like we're allowing for very different mentalities to get into this ecosystem that all of the application developers are leveraging, right?
So from a marketing perspective, I would say there's three things. One is on the Linux desktop, we need to have software people want. And it's all very well us reaching out to users and saying, or potential new users and saying, hey, there's this great Linux desktop, you should try it sometime. But when the question, can I install this application for my light bulbs, or can I install this application to talk to my friends, or whatever it is. We need to have those applications there. So like we reach out to big software vendors and try and convince them to put their software in the Snap Store, and that's a hard process, because we all know what Linux desktop market share is, and trying to convince a software developer to spend engineering effort to publish their software and support their software for those Linux users is hard. It's a hard thing to do. And so we need to put more effort into get that software into these stores and repositories, so that users have a compelling array of software once they arrive on our platform. But the other thing I'd say is we need to go outside our bubble. We need to be going where people are, not where developers are, not where users are, but go where people are. And people are places like farmers markets, they're at rock concerts, they're at places where normal people go. And we need to be talking to those people and letting them know about the products and the portfolio of things that we have to offer them. As an example, the French Ubuntu community go to music festivals, and they have a pop-up tent with a little thing that takes photos of you and publishes them online as animated GIFs. And it's a little silly thing, but it's all branded Ubuntu, and you get little temporary tattoos and stickers and stuff. And it's reaching out to people where they are. It's not expecting them to come to us. It's going to where they are, and that's important. And the final thing is, I would speak to, because most of us as organizations don't have giant marketing budgets, get the community to do the marketing for us. Like sometimes reaching out to a popular YouTuber and saying, hey, we've got this product, it's quite interesting, might be good for your audience, and feed them information. I've given pre-written scripts to YouTubers before, and they appreciate that because they don't have to write a script, and they create a video on our behalf. It goes on their channel, they get the ad revenue, they get the clicks, they get the subscriptions, and we get the marketing to their audience. So I think it's a multifaceted approach, and it takes a lot of effort, but I think it's doable.
I think one of the biggest things that we need to do is stop calling our diversity fragmentation, and we're not a group of like a fragmented Linux desktop that is infighting. We're a united group of diverse options for a lot of people, and we work together constantly. And I ping Alan all the time in Telegram, and we like find ways to work with each other to make both Elementary OS and Ubuntu better. And I just emailed someone from KDE the other day that Aleix recommended to me, so that we can work together on something new upcoming. And I'm pinging Matthias and Aleix, and we're always talking to each other, and we're all I think at this point we're probably more united than we've been in a long time. The stack is super united right now, and it's empowering us to build these awesome set of options that aren't just this homogeneous one-size-fits-all option. Our competitors are trying to push this idea that everybody should use their computer the same way. And that is our biggest strength, is that we are diverse, and it's not fragmented at all. It's diversity.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, and I agree, and I think we've actually always been able to work together. From the earliest state of the free desktop stuff, we've been pretty good at working together on the lowest level stuff that has to work for apps from different desktops and projects to work together. I think the problem is that in the wider community, there's this image of us fighting, and we have to sort of fight that. And I think going to things like this, where we co-host and brand together, maybe shows the community that actually we are working together, and we've always been, and it's just like the fringe community people who are hating each other.
And kind of a follow-on from that, I have a good question from the audience, and that is, would it make sense to organize a Linux app-centric conference that caters more to the end users than to the developers?
Maybe if somebody had the idea, maybe they have a vision and they should voice it in the right forums. But in general, my feeling is that what matters is if an application wants, or an application team, application community wants to talk about what they do, they should be doing that. We can talk a lot about the different products around Linux, but we would also never end, right? So, sure, I don't know, talk more maybe.
Maybe it's something where we could have like one of the days dedicated to end users, or something where we could incorporate it in LOS.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't necessarily, to me, it doesn't necessarily make sense to say, okay, let's talk to an audience of Linux app users. I think it makes sense to possibly look at how do we bring together, to Daniel's point, to bring together the kind of diversity that we have so that we can actually talk to an audience of Linux users. And then we could have, device vendors, OS distributors and app developers and, the different platforms. And we could all kind of, show strength together and show that this is actually a growing phenomenon, that there is an increasing user base and demand, and there are different channels to reach those users, and that for app developers then there's a market to address, like, I can speak to all of these people and then I have something to say to them. So I think there is kind of merit in trying to bring focus together on the user base, but just to show that they exist and to show that the different ways that they can be successful. And, if you have a big event, you go in the press and people are aware that Linux is a thing. I can get it on my computer and it can have these great benefits for me.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, kind of, everybody wants to make money. So, kind of going back to the funding model, have some experts in the funding areas been consulted, like maybe not necessarily like economists, but people that have kind of monetized things in the past? Has anybody that you all know of talked with experts?
Well, first we did have a talk about that, right, on the first day. But an example we have in KDE is Krita. That they're not making much money in Linux, but they actually got into the Windows Store, and I hear that they're doing pretty well over there. And it actually shows how being able to deliver their product and have this conversation one-to-one with the users over there, with the difference of mentality that you would get on Windows, and all things considered, it has been definitely positive for them if you talk to them about it, which you should. If you don't, because they have a very compelling story and they are very smart people, you will see that it has allowed them to create a lot of software that otherwise they wouldn't have been able to do. And I think that this is clear that having developers paid makes them work on free software. I think that this is obvious, and it's all about this communication after all, right? But I haven't talked to economists about it.
So I haven't talked to any economists, but a lot of people might not know that my background hasn't always been software. I actually, I spent a lot of time in restaurants, and I managed a small pizzeria for a while, and I worked my way up at another restaurant where I was working pretty closely with the CEO on kind of their branding and marketing and strategy and things like that. And so I have a background that's not just in producing open source software, but in kind of looking at things from like, how do we make a business that's successful and self-sustaining? And so I think that you don't necessarily need to look at like scholars or economists or anything to have a little bit more of like a practical business sense, and just getting people that have a different perspective of like, how do regular small businesses run in the world, and let's look at our organizations kind of from that perspective a little bit more of we need to have like a self-sustaining business.
So I don't know about the economics as in speaking to economists, but I speak to developers a lot, and we had a software developer reach out to us and say, we've got an application, we'd like to spread it among the Linux community. We think the Linux users would like it. Can you help us? And so we helped them package their application up. We put it in the Snap Store, and we wrote a blog post about it. We did social media posts about it. We featured it in the desktop app store, and that drove users to install the application. Now, this particular application is a subscription service, so you get it free for 30 days, and then if you like it, you pay. And they were really hesitant. Their leadership team were really hesitant about putting in the investment to port the application to Linux, because they weren't sure that they would recoup that investment. And thankfully they have, partly because we promoted it so much, and we featured it and did social posts and all that kind of stuff to raise awareness among the user community that this thing exists and it's good. And so we could leverage our social media presence and the eyeballs that are on our blog in order to help that software developer. They've written Medium posts and blog posts to talk about how it was a success and how it was difficult, because the elephant in the room is we don't have a huge market share. And so, as Aleix was saying, you publish an open source application in the Windows Store, and if it's a good application, you're probably going to get more installs of that application in a few months than you will in maybe a few years on the Linux desktop, or maybe ever on the Linux desktop. And so we need to be mindful of that when we're talking to developers, and not overpromise that they're going to make millions selling their desktop application to Linux users. But if they're okay spending a percentage of their development time and effort porting their application to Linux, and we can help promote that and push it, then it's possible it will pay for itself and maybe a bit more.
So if a user pays for an application, how can we kind of ensure that the user is going to get a certain amount of quality because they paid for that? There's always a varying level of quality depending on the app. How maintained is it? How often are new features introduced? So how does someone know that this app is worth, $5 or whatever?
Yeah, that's actually a very complicated question, because just the act of paying changes people's perspective of your thing. It turns into a product, and you suddenly have requirements that you didn't have before when it was more of a gift. So I think it's all about how you sell the fact that it's you're not buying us used to. It's still an open source project that it's someone is doing in their spare time or whatever, but it's still worth paying for that to make it better. But you might not be able to have the same kind of requirements that you have on a commercial product that has a commercial backing. So it's all about how you phrase. Do you call it donations? Do you call it payments? How do you message it, basically?
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe Daniel was thinking of saying the same thing. We were talking about this yesterday, that there's if you're not requiring a payment, then people can also try the application, and then you need to go back and have a kind of second bite at the cherry if there's an upgrade, or 2 weeks later we remind people about payments. So there are different ways to kind of change the transaction so that you could either get a refund or get a free period and a reminder later. But to sort of nudge people towards supporting the applications they're using if they keep using them and they find a good experience there, but not to sort of create this kind of pressure, well, I've paid $5 and this is terrible, and so there's a kind of a balance that we need to find there.
Something that's interesting that you kind of always have to consider the history of things when you're working on things, right? Because somebody else has always solved this problem, and we don't want to solve the same problems over and over again. And we find that, in our regular markets, that governments have created regulations, right? And we have regulated products, and we have consumer protections. And that's kind of how we know that we can go to a grocery store and we can buy a piece of fruit and that it's not going to be poison, is because the government has enforced the regulations, right? So I think that's something that we need to consider, and that Elementary kind of has built into the model of our marketplace, is that we do have a certain human review process, an automated testing process, and we have certain guarantees that we want to pass to our users, and they know that when they step into our marketplace that there's a value there, that they're going to get a product that is functioning to a certain extent, like by the way that it's enforced in the marketplace. And I think that that's a big part of guaranteeing that value, is that kind of regulation, kind of curation concept.
There's also some additional value that the app developer gets from Linux users, and we have this from the story I previously told. The developer published their application for Linux and then said to us, actually publishing for Linux is beneficial to us, not just for the monetary side, but actually the Linux users give us better bug reports than the Windows and Mac users. They write more articulate, more detailed, more well-structured bug reports that are actionable, and we can actually fix them, that will benefit the Windows and Mac users as well. So there are side benefits to this that are not just monetary, and you know, if a Linux user reports a bug and it gets fixed and benefits a Windows user, or benefits like 100 Windows users, those might turn into paid users, and you know, it keeps the cycle going.
Yeah, okay, and we're almost out of time, but there's a question that's quite popular in the crowd, and so are the members of the board here still interested in the freedesktop.org project? And if so, then can we push that harder to create a central developer workflow, or would we need a new platform to do this?
I think the Free Desktop project, which I've been sort of variously involved with over many years, it has almost a kind of dual identity, and it actually started from this cooperation zone between GNOME and KDE to agree on standards about icons and launchers and things. And it also then became a kind of natural home to host infrastructure components that were also shared. So a lot of the Linux graphics stack, the X, Wayland, Miso, all of these things live in Free Desktop. And in a sense, because there are more developers and more activity there, that's sort of the status quo of that organization, is it hosts those projects. So it's kind of the folks who are running it and are kind of choosing what happens on Free Desktop are those folks who write those infrastructure pieces. I don't know if we kind of need to go and reboot a little bit and maybe sort of elevate some of the activities that we're doing here and say, well, actually, we're going to move these, you know, outside of GNOME and KDE and actually put them into Free Desktop. So that's one possibility. And the other one is that we then kind of reach above GNOME and KDE and create a different structure that's talking specifically about this app story. They're both possible. I mean, the first thing was we need to go and speak to the people who currently run Free Desktop and then see what they think, right? And they're like, well, no, I'm happy with my, libmisa. And then, okay, well, maybe we don't go there. But it kind of started doing one thing and ended up doing another to some extent.
I think a much simpler answer would be, we need something over there that is a shared space. It can be Free Desktop. If some of you feel tied to Free Desktop and want to work together better than we are doing nowadays, come forward and we will make Free Desktop this space. If Free Desktop, the people involved in Free Desktop today don't want it to be this space, we will do the desktopfree.org or freedom of desktop, whatever. We need something. It can be Free Desktop. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, they're very friendly people. It's just that for us to be doing the work there, we'd have to just go over there and do it. But the people are doing the work wherever they're sitting. So,
and the very fact that we're calling they instead of we is, well, symptomatic, right?
So we're pretty agnostic in terms of like desktop technologies. Yes, our default desktop is GNOME, but our repository contains many different desktops, and we have many users who use Kubuntu and Mate and many of those things that leverage stuff that's in the Free Desktop world. In terms of like the developer documentation and developer portal kind of things, we've tried this in the past. It's really difficult to do for us because we're so agnostic about what other technologies people use and what desktops people use. Unlike, I'm sure Dan will mention, they have quite an opinionated, strict, these are our developer guidelines and here's our recommendation. We're more relaxed. We've tried this in the past to do developer documentation that say, use this language, use this toolkit, here's how you do it. But then someone comes along and says, but I want to do it with a different toolkit, or I want to do it with a different language. And then the documentation proliferates and nobody keeps it up to date and it just falls by the wayside. So we've kind of given up with the idea of creating a developer portal of documentation within Ubuntu, but I'd love for us to collaborate on something for free desktop and move that forward. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I think like Alan said, it's really challenging to try to agree on like a single developer path when we have such a diverse set of desktops, and I don't think that's necessarily a realistic goal to have. But I think that like the ideas of cooperation between the desktops is still very much alive, whether that means it happens on freedesktop.org or in a certain repository. Like we're all here today, and this organization may not know if we are free desktop or not, but we're here collaborating, and we still call stuff free desktop all the time regardless. So
All right, well, that's all the time we have. Thank you all very much for your answers to all of the great questions. Thanks for the audience for all of the great questions. Yeah, thanks everybody. So let's give them a round of applause.
and thank you to Heather for moderating.
Oh yeah, thanks. So now we're going to have a short break and then see you all back here in a bit.
Hello everyone, let's welcome our next speaker, Katarina, who is a LibreOffice developer and an author of KDE Plasma Integration. Please give her a big hand.
Thank you. I was unsure when I submitted my paper to this conference whether it really belongs here. But then again, a good Office suite is integral part of good desktop experience, and it will probably stay that way for a long time to come. I usually like my next slide is my vanity slide, but I made an exception today, and I would like to use this opportunity to thank the organizers of this conference to making this conference very diverse, and not only very gender diverse, but also very colorful. So I spilled the beans already. I'm a LibreOffice developer. I'm one of the people who brought the KDE Plasma integration to you. But no way I want to make an impression that I'm the only one. All those folks contributed either code or testing or endless effort to triage bugs. Unfortunately, none of them is here today. But maybe they're watching online, so maybe we can give them some small round of applause. Thank you. Yes, LibreOffice on KDE Plasma. So some things I will be saying here, or in fact most of the things are not specific to LibreOffice. So if if you have any cross-platform application that already works on, I don't know, Windows and Mac, and you want to bring it to the Linux platform, you will probably have to go through many of the steps I'm outlining here. Not all the steps, some of them are specific to LibreOffice, but many of them aren't. So first of all, we will look what does it mean, in fact, when we say if the software is multi-platform, what basic functionality we have to implement when we want to integrate it to the other platform, then not so basic functionality, some nice to haves. And so I presume everybody knows what LibreOffice is. There's nobody who would not know. Oh, what? So it's the best free and open source Office suite out there. And the foundation that sustains and supports LibreOffice is called the Document Foundation. But LibreOffice is not the only project under the roof of the Document Foundation. The other one is Document Liberation Project, which brings the set of filters to the users that enable them to import the documents from many legacy formats and save them in the open formats. So when did it all start? It all started in 1984 when a broad dude named Marco Beris created a word processor for his 8-bit computer. This word processor was called Star Writer, and he later built a successful company around this word processor, then added a spreadsheet application and presentation application to the portfolio. And the company was so successful that in 1999 it got acquired by Sun Microsystems. And urban legend has it that for Sun Microsystems it was cheaper to buy the company than to buy Microsoft Office licenses for everybody. After the acquisition, Sun Microsystems open sourced the product that was called Star Office and renamed it to OpenOffice and released its first version, OpenOffice 1.0, in 2002. And then the life was nice and dandy in the LibreOffice land for the couple of years until Oracle bought Sun Microsystems. And eventually in 2011, Oracle disconnected OpenOffice and donated the source code to the Apache Foundation and laid off all the developers and contributors that were employed by Sun Microsystems. But before all of this happened, in 2010, a group of concerned community contributors said enough is enough and kind of stood up against what they perceived as the corporate overlords and forked the project and renamed it to LibreOffice. Nowadays, OpenOffice somehow struggles to get even elementary security bugs fixed, while LibreOffice has a very vibrant, very lively contributor community and user community, several companies that provide commercial support, and it's used by organizations and companies worldwide. And then, to complete the efforts of the fork, in 2012, the Document Foundation that supports LibreOffice, the non-profit entity, was established. So, LibreOffice is a multi-platform software, but what does that mean? Well, that it runs on multiple platforms, multiple operating systems, and the operating systems officially supported by the Document Foundation are 3. That's Linux, that's Windows, and that's Mac. What does this mean is that Document Foundation ships the binaries and packages for those 3 platforms daily and provides official releases twice a year. Then there's also, of course, plethora of Linux distributions that take the source code and package and improve it on their own terms. And then there's a couple of non-official platforms maintained by volunteers, mostly on Unix-like operating systems such as FreeBSD and Haiku. So, since we are on Linux Application Summit, how does it look on Linux? Does it look like this? One front end to rule them all. No, unfortunately, or maybe luckily it doesn't, because we can have both, or maybe all three of them. So on Linux platform, LibreOffice comes with 3 different front ends. The one of them is very legacy, very old and very ugly, and it looks like Windows 95. Hardly anybody uses it today. Then we have the GTK-based integration into GNOME desktop environment, and then the Qt-based integrations into KDE desktop environment. The GNOME integration was started like on GTK2 by Michael Meeks, later ported to GTK3 and brought to perfection by Quaylen McNamara. Qt KDE integration started about the same time by Jan Holešovský, was later ported to KDE4. Unfortunately, and I will talk about that later, we couldn't simply take the KDE4 code and port it to KF5. It was not possible, so we had to write it from scratch, and the intermediate step happened in LibreOffice 6.1 in 2017, when we still had the GTK user interface, and over that like some elementary integration of Plasma file picker done by Million Wolf. And later, at the end of 2017, first Qt-based proof of concept was developed by Jan Marek Logowski. So, if we have a multi-platform code, does it usually look like this? Like, do we have like shitloads of if-defs, and do we need to like really be proficient to write the code that's specific for all the platforms we have to support? Fortunately not. We have like high-level APIs. So if I want to write the word processor code, I can just say, yes, I can write a generic code that like opens a dialog or opens a file picker and then like sets the filter on the file picker to show me only text files. And then what happens on the right side of the screen, that like this is some high-level API system abstraction, and it gets re-implemented into the code specific for that platform. So on Windows, it's some Windows API with GTK frontend does this with GTK, and yes, of course, like the new Qt frontend does it with using the libqt. Yeah, this is just like another. I called the lady like in the upper. I called her Sally instance, but it's something like Siri. So if you write a generic code, you just say like, because like the class is called Sally instance in LibreOffice, so you can say Sally instance, please open the window for me, or please create a file picker, and the Sally instance either does this or delegates to somebody who can do it. So, and if I talk about platform dependent bits, if I talk about platform integration, what do I mean? Well, basically, like I divided those like set of functionalities into 2 categories. Basic, which like we can't do without it. This is an absolute must be done. And some extended functionality that is nice to have. So we should be able to open Windows. We should be able to put some content into the Windows, and it should have the platform-specific look and feel. So on Windows, it should look like well-behaved, decent Windows application. Similarly, on KDE, the front end should fit the environment and look like well-behaved KDE application. Of course, Office Suite is like a lot about opening files, saving them. So it would be also nice to have some KDE file picker, or I don't know, Windows file picker when we're on Windows. Well, and after all this is done, then comes the extended functionality. So user want to copy paste text from Stack Overflow. They want to grab files from the file manager and drag and drop it into the application. This is kind of LibreOffice specific bit, which we see in action now. I have dual screens. It's kind of like subset of the window manager Windows functionality. I have a dual screen now, so because I need to present on both screens, so I need support for that as well. Yes, and then there's much more. It's quite a lot of work, is it? So yeah, and this was my reaction when I realized like how much work that really is. So how do we start with the basic functionality? First step is to put some windows on screen. Why not? We need to be able to open and close them, set their size, maximize, minimize them. Windows can be of many different kinds. It can be a modal dialog, it can be a modeless dialog, it can be the main window, it can be some kind of floating toolbar, it can be a tool window, it can be a docking window, so we need to somehow support all those families and kinds of windows. And yes, so since we are on Qt-based platform, we implement those windows and dialogues in terms of Q windows and Q widgets. And once done, now we have the native Q windows and Q dialogues, so it means that they receive the native Qt events, such as user moved the mouse, user clicked here, user pressed the key. So all we have to do is like to take those Qt events and somehow map them to LibreOffice internal events. And so now we have the windows. The windows respond to the events. And it's time that we put some content in. So there are like somehow two ways this can be done. We have a native window, so we can put native widgets in. But that's quite lots of work and writing lots of code. So we went a simple way and we used the Q Painter and Q Style. And with this painter, we kind of draw a bitmap of a button, of a checkbox or any other widget. And then we simply take it and paste it into the canvas that represents the window. And then we repeat this for every single widget that's kind of in the dialog or in the window to obtain the end result. And there are some other side effects that we have the native windows now. One of them is, for example, that the native menus are possible, and it's similar to the events. Once the window can support the native menus, all we can do is, or we have to do, is that we take the LibreOffice menu structure and map it to the Qt menu structure. Also, that was one of the annoying bugs that we had with tooltips that were not native. It was always major pain in the rear to position them correctly and to size them correctly. With native windows, the toolkit does this for us. So a couple of screenshots. This is global menu support which we get with those native menus kind of for free. It's feature known, I think it first came on Mac, that the menu is in some kind of global menu and it's not embedded in the window. And this is a bit of work of art. So this is this is a new ribbon-like LibreOffice interface. It's called Notebook Bar. But if you notice, this tab bar still looks like very ugly, like Windows 95. And this is how we did it much better with the Qt styling. Yes, so Office Suite is a lot about opening files, working on them, and eventually saving them. And for that, we need a good file picker. We take the file picker from the platform for the KDE Plasma platform and integrate it into the application. I mentioned this already. The intermediate step to this result happened in LibreOffice 6.1, where we still had the GTK3 user interface and the Plasma file picker as a separate application. It was a bit of a hack. They communicated over standard input and standard output, but the code was there, so it was then easy to take this code and move it completely to KF5 front end. Yeah, so here like similar picture than we have already seen. Sally instance that asked the Joe K file picker to open a file picker. So what do we do with the file picker? Well, of course, open it, close it when we don't need it anymore. Distinguish the file picker to open a file looks slightly different than the file picker to save a file. Switch to folder, set filter, like what files do we want to see. And what we also, this is a new feature, we integrated some access to the files on remote shares that was previously not possible. And yes, so there are some features some things you can do with the file picker that are only possible with LibreOffice and nothing else. And one of them is to save the file with the passport, or save the file, like encrypt the file with the GPG key. And for that we have those fancy checkboxes, or eventually list boxes. So we have to be able to kind of integrate those checkboxes or list boxes that provide this extra functionality to the file picker, and we need to be able to get and set their value. Yeah, so a lot of work is done. Can kind of put the feet up and relax, right? Oh. Since this basic functionality got merged into LibreOffice Master, and users started to download the daily builds and report bugs, so literally one of the first bugs that we got reported, I can't copy and paste. The second bug was, well, I'm trying to grab the picture from the gallery, but I can't drag and drop it into the applications, and then users do like all kinds of things with LibreOffice. LibreOffice provides users with the possibility to develop extensions. We have the presentation applications, so the users create slideshows. They put all kinds of content into their slideshows, such as videos, animated GIFs, some OpenGL slide transitions, and what was also missing in the old, what is a new feature, is the accessibility. So now the new Qt 5 based interface is fully exposed to the screen readers. So yes, copy and paste. Well, there's internal and external copy and paste within one application, or like two from external applications to LibreOffice. To make things more complicated, you can paste many kinds of data. You can paste image, pictures, well, text, HTML, and to make things even more complex, there's something like selection keyboard on clipboard on X11 to kind of put the highlighted text or highlighted image into the clipboard. Yeah, so this is how it was implemented. Internally, we use Q clipboard abstraction and the MIME data to get the content like from one LibreOffice application to the other, but also from external applications to LibreOffice. And similar story with drag and drop. We can like drag and drop stuff within LibreOffice, but also like from externally from the file manager or some other text editor. And it's similar to clipboard. Here we also have to keep in mind that the data types we drag and drop or copy and paste can be of different kind. So similarly to copy and paste, we used Q MIME data abstraction to implement this. One of the, and this is kind of LibreOffice specific bit, what LibreOffice does is that it provides users with the platform tools to implement their own extensions. That means some extra functionality that doesn't belong to the core. that user can install it like similarly to Firefox as some kind of additional package. So if you, I don't know, want to develop an elaborate template management system for your organization, it makes little sense to kind of strive to merge it into LibreOffice Core, but it makes a lot of sense to develop it as your own extensions. And what extensions typically do? Well, what the LibreOffice Core does. So you need to open and save data, or you need to open your own user interface, or you want to ask LibreOffice Core to open some user interface on your behalf. So yes, they access the user interface, and the problem with Qt is that every single operation with the user interface has to happen in the main thread. And this was a problem we did not think about. So when we did not take this into account in our design, and then the users were getting all kinds of deadlocks and all kinds of weird crashes. So we had to identify some sticky points in the API and somehow force all those operations that access UI, that operate with UI, put them into the main thread. Another LibreOffice specific bit is, yes, what I'm doing right now. It's the slideshow that can sometimes run on multiple screens, like right now. There can be multimedia content in the slideshows, which is what we handled like through embedded Q windows. And also there can be OpenGL content in the slides, and also OpenGL can be used to implement beautiful slide transitions. So yes, we had to implement some elementary OpenGL support as well. Oh yes, and then after all this was done came like 1,000 different paper cuts, lots of rendering glitches to fix, lots of things that have to be made behave badly, well. Some users use some external input methods if they write in Chinese, Japanese, Korean languages, so we need to add support for that as well. And also, as I mentioned, like we use the Q accessibility interface to implement some elementary accessibility, so every single LibreOffice window with Qt frontend is exposed to the screen readers correctly. And of course, remove many crashes and polish many rough edges. So you may think, okay, this is great. I use KDE. I want to try this out. Where can I get the code? Well, the code is in LibreOffice Master. If you build LibreOffice yourself, you need to switch on Qt 5 and KF5. Every single daily build that Document Foundation ships that you can install has this on, so you can download the daily build. It's already shipped with LibreOffice 6.2 that came out in February this year. So it means every major Linux distribution has it. Yes, so but like this version, it's okay, but some of the nice things are not there yet. LibreOffice 6.3 that came out in August this year is much better off and is by now relatively bug-free. So yes, like we received one bug last week, but it was like after, I don't know, 1 month break when nobody was reporting anything. So, any questions or comments or constructive criticism? Demo, yeah, I had the demo on my, I don't know if it works, this is your laptop. I had a demo on my laptop, but like it wouldn't work with this project, unfortunately. It's a hardware problem. What? Mm-hmm. So there's some automated desktop detection. If you have KDE desktop, so this is what you get by default. If you have GNOME desktop, you have to set some environment variable.
Thank you, Katrina. Here's the gift. Okay, so how the words you are using to describe your app might hinder its adoption. Paul Brown is here to present on this topic, and the talk title is Bad Language. Let's give him a big hand.
Hello. Thanks. I have a little video to show you. I don't know if this will work, because I don't know if it's rigged for sound. But I'm going to put the microphone down on the speaker, see if you can hear it, okay? So if it doesn't work, I'll just talk you through it. Oh, damn. So I have to what button was it to mirror the... Pardon? Yes, what do I press? Window P. Okay, perfect. So let's see if this works. If not, can you hear that? Bye. No, 1 second. Let me put the volume on. Shit. This happens because I'm too ambitious, doesn't it? Okay, doesn't matter. The thing is, so I recorded a series of... yes? Oh, sorry. I recorded a series of people, and I asked them about typical vocabulary that we use when we talk about our software. So I asked them what they thought Windows was, right? And some people said it's an operating system. I mean, these are people outside completely our bubble. There are all sorts of people I talked to from people that work cleaning, to students, to university professors, all sorts of people, but that are not related to the free software world. The only thing they had in common is that they used computers from time to time, right? Like most people in the developed world. And I asked them about, for example, what they thought the desktop environment was. And most of the answers was, it's the table where I have my laptop. I asked them what they thought Linux was, and most people didn't know. One person said it was a programming language, and another person did know because they had used it at school. Because, well, I'm from Spain, and in some schools in Spain they have Linux. I asked them if they knew what KDE was. No idea. I asked them if they knew what GNOME was. It's the thing I have in my garden. That was from a British person, right? I asked them what they thought plasma was, and the general answer to that was, oh, that's a big TV, right? So now I did this, I tried to do this in an empathetic way. I was not out to prove that they were ignorant. I was out to prove that there is a divide between what we say to people and language we use to talk to people and the language they use and that they cannot understand us. So this is about that. So let me start. So I'm going to start. We're going to learn by example here of the problems that we have when talking to our users. So if I show, I'm going to show initially some websites of projects, real projects that exist. If you develop any of those projects, I'm not out to offend you or to shame you or anything like that, right? I'm just trying to show some things that are lacking and see what we can learn from that and how we can improve. So my first thing is I looked at a series of websites, a series of projects of websites, and how they described their projects, the projects themselves. Okay, so I went to Orca, and well, Orca is an excellent project. I think we'll all agree. I mean, it's a brilliant way of making desktops accessible to people who have problems maybe with sight or whatever. And there is absolutely this. You get to this website going to GNOME application list of applications, and then scrolling down to Orca. And it turns out there's no description on this website. So the first thing that we can learn from this website is that, well, you know, at least you have to describe the thing you're hawking. And in this case, there is no description at all, right? It starts directly with documentation. Another one. This is KDE Live. It's a video editor. Again, no description at all of what this is. Even more, so they put up an image, but the image is incomplete, so we can't deduce from the image what this application does. I thought, okay, maybe if I go to the about, I will get the description of what it is. Nope. I get KDE Live is an acronym for KDE Non-Linear Video Editor. Doesn't say what KDE Live is. It says where the word comes from. And then it goes on to describe non-linear video editing, and it never gets to what KDE Live is. This one is a bit better. We're going from sort of like not descriptive at all, so no description, to going up a bit. But again, would you be tempted to download this with just that description? Really? Any of you? Apparently it's a really fun. It's a really fun game, right? I looked into it. I downloaded it. You have to dance and things. I don't do that, but for people who do, you know. But and that's it. That's the website. That's But it's a step better than the Orca and KDE Live, because at least there's a description of what it is, right? Now we're going to go a bit further. A much more, this is the original description of Kirigami. Do you know what this is? The KDE people will know. of course. Well, and you, most of you here will say, what's wrong with that? That's perfectly intelligible. Okay, I said this in another chat, so if you've heard it before. Okay, if we look at that, the first word is the name of the software. Lightweight is a buzzword. User interface is jargon. Framework is jargon. Mobile is jargon. Convergent is a buzzword and jargon. Applications is jargon. Of that sentence, the words that are common English are is, a, for, and. Everything else, for somebody who is not you, it's gobbledygook. Now, the nice thing of this is I said this in one of the academies, and the developers took issue, but then they went and did something about it. And they did something that I am personally quite proud that they did. I think they did a really good job. And they did this. So now, this is still saying the same thing, but it is understandable by everybody. So if you're a manager who is not a developer, and you land on this site through a Google search or something, you know, we need something for, they can look at it and say, hey, and they can tell the developers, hey, look at this, and they can just press get started, and the developers can then get into the really technical stuff. But this, everybody can understand what this is. That is basically what Kirigami is. No, better. It is what Kirigami is for. And this is probably the first lesson you can learn from this presentation. I mean, all the rest has been rubbish. But the first thing you can learn is that when you want to describe your application or your software, it may be a good idea to not say what it is, but what it is for. Okay? Later I have some slides with rules. They're not really rules, they're guidelines. So just think about that. Think of what it is used for. Think of in terms of Joe, this imaginary user, and what he or she would understand. Okay? How it improves her or his life. Right? Oh, later we will break down in what ways things improve. Now, the thing is that this is not only for websites, but when you go to market your applications and your projects on social media, the same thing applies, the same rules apply. Here we have, this is a post from Reddit for Kdenlive Live. Again, sorry if anybody from Kdenlive Live is here, not picking on you. But they released 18.041, and they posted this on Reddit. Got decent traction. This is from R Linux, got 83 upvotes and 2 comments. By mistake, the KDE promo team published the same news an hour later on R Linux. Now, what the promo team did is they made it much more explicit. They said they gave a kind of story and background to it, okay? Now, same subreddit, R Linux, same day, 1 hour difference. This one came in later. So it got 183 upvotes and 28 comments. So this is the second lesson. You have to be explicit about your stuff. Just don't say A is B. Say A is B, or A is used for B, and for C, and for D, etc., etc. Okay? And when you do a release announcement, okay, some people will say that is title gore. Have you heard of that concept, title gore? You know, writing something that is so long that it's not a headline anymore, it's nearly a whole article in a headline. Well, okay, but that title gore works, as you can see. Now we have another one from last year's Linux Application Summit. So the organizers here published this tweet, right? This was published on the 31st of August. And in KD, we published this one. So, a couple of 5 days later, I think, right? And if you look, so we retweeted this in KD, and it got 5 retweets in total and 10 likes. But then we did the same. We did talking about the same thing, and we got 25 retweets and 58 likes. Why? Why was this so much more popular than the original tweet? Anybody want to guess? Pardon? There's a photo. Okay, there's a picture. Yes, that helped a lot. More? Says what the talk is. Okay. There is also the element, the slight, cheeky element of turning it into a story. It's a road trip. It's kind of zany, So that is probably the third lesson you can learn, that you have to turn it into a story, right? A story that your users can relate to. And there we have some of the rules that come out from what I just explained. So first, again, rules not the word, guidelines, okay? These are all subject to what is appropriate in each moment, and what style your audience is used to, who you're talking to, etc., etc. But in general, you have to be more explicit than not, right? Don't really bother with what it is. Say what it's used for, right? Part of number 1 is list the benefits in your title. This is or the features or the changes. If it's a release announcement, say what has changed, but always in function of what the more general user can understand. Make a story out of it. And related to the above is think of Joe. Think of Joe is you make a story of it that Joe can identify with. What does this mean? You say, for example, okay, we have released a new version of X software, right? And now you, thanks to this new release, can do this and this and this. That is making a story for Joe. She imagines herself in that situation, using that software and thinking of all the new things she can do. Or the bug that you have solved that now helps her get her job done. Right? So those are my 5 rules. There are also more rules coming from much more prestigious sources. George Orwell's rules for writing well. Maybe you have seen these before. Hands up who has seen these before. Good. So George Orwell, he has an essay called Politics and the English Language, where he analyzes how people write, and he finds all the mistakes that they make, and he summarizes them into these 6 rules. So never use a metaphor, blah, 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 and all those 6 rules. Those rules are good for everything, but we can also break them down to make them even more appropriate for what we are doing here. No? So when he says never use a metaphor, I would say never use a metaphor or a simile. Period. Why? Because if you're trying to explain something by using a metaphor, you're adding another layer above what you're trying to explain that just complicates it more. If you say, my software is like a car, or my software is like a house, or my software... At some point, first, your metaphor is going to break down because obviously it's not a car, it's not a house, And secondly, now the reader has to kind of see where you're going with this car. No, if you just explain what the advantages are and how they can use them and how the changes are going to change how they use the software, that's it. If you've done it right, they won't need any metaphors at all. So every time you're tempted in a blog post, for example, to use a metaphor, don't. It means you're not explaining correctly what you're trying to say. You're trying to add another layer of abstraction, right, which does not help. Never use a long word where a short one will do. Or break it into small parts. So we use, for example, long words like application. Do you know what end users call what we call applications? On phones. They call them that on phones. Only on phones. So what happens? I asked, that question was in the video. I asked them, okay, what are these things you have on your phone? You know, your WhatsApp and your Instagram and all that stuff. And they say they're apps. Okay. And I said, okay, what are the similar things you have on your computer? What do you think was the universal? And everybody answered the same. Programs. Exactly. Programs. So it is not long words versus short words. It's long words versus simple words. So applications, end users don't use applications. If you describe your application as an application, most people won't get it. It's a program. I know this probably sounds terrible because you have been trying to shed this coil of programs for years, but that is the fact. That is the language that the end users talk. They use the word programs. Also, a lot of people here are not English writers, and often in your descriptions you tend to make long-running sentences that last whole paragraphs that you join together with which, who, and where, and things like that. Don't do that. The same we have that says above, breaking big words into smaller ones. Break your big sentences into smaller ones. Never use which to introduce a new clause. What are you doing? That's crazy. Just go this. You know, say da 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 da. If when you say something like this program is a ba ba ba, which no, full stop. This da 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 da, and then continue describing. Right? This especially is relevant to Germans for some reason. Okay. If it is possible to cut out a word, out, always cut it out. Okay. So, especially if the word is awesome. You know, sometimes to try and make it more familiar, you use the word awesome. The word awesome is definitely very unawesome. It is so overused, it's so trite that you must ban it completely from your vocabulary. Other words you must cut out are words that do not help clarify what you're trying to say. For example, going back to the video, when people said, "Oh, desktop environment is my table." Okay. When I asked them what desktop environment was, they said, my table. When I asked them what a desktop was, I said, oh, I see what you're getting at now. They didn't really, but they said, yeah, the screeny thing, the wallpaper where I have my icons. So the word environment is not helping. Cut it out. Going back to KDE Live, KDE Live describes itself as a non-linear video editor. What do you think we can cut out from there? Well, what? Non-linear. I mean, nobody does linear editing anymore. That's getting a tape of celluloid, cutting up with a scissor, right, and taping it together with sellotape. That is linear editing. Nobody does that. So it's just a video editor. Cut out stuff that only confuses. Everything that doesn't actually carry any new meaning is noise. What you want to do is have more signal and less noise. Never use the passive where you can use the active. Okay, this goes beyond that, and it says, and it's sort of like, this is the royal you, not you in particular, but when you write stuff like press releases, etc., you tend to emulate a very stuffy way of writing. Or when you try and explain something on your website, you tend to be over formal, and you try and sound like you're writing a PhD dissertation. That is not a way that is friendly to an end user. That is not going to entice them to use your application. Where does this come from? This comes from reading lots of press releases put out by people like Microsoft and Apple and IBM, and you see, oh, they put out these really, really stuffy press releases, and they get people talking about them in the press. Well, here's a secret. They get people talking about them in the press because people talk about them all the time. It doesn't matter what they put out. I mean, they could put out a press release with a poop emoji, and lots of people will talk about it in the press. Now, you are not them. You have to, if you want to engage the press or engage the users, etc., you have to know them. The best way I have personally found is to actually have a personal rapport with the journalist or the person you're trying to talk to, etc., and find out what they're interested in and make it personal. Now, obviously, if you're writing that on a website, it is difficult because but then we can go back to those 5 rules that, be explicit, think of a story, blah, blah, and try and capture the biggest audience possible. Never use technical jargon. That's number 5 in Orwell's list of rules. And the one where he says, well, never, unless, don't, disregard all these rules unless, if you're going to say something barbarous, this we can resume as, unless you can't avoid it. I mean, if you have to write something that contravenes these rules, as I say, there are guidelines, do it. But always think of your audience. Now, to finish, I want to, maybe questions? Yes? Oh, by the way, sorry, I wanted to mention, if you can see Robin's video, hers is a great supplement of mine, right? Because she talks about design, and I'm only talking about words. Yes, sorry, again.
This is all super interesting, and I'm interested in sort of looking at your sort of like user research script and how you go about doing that, and maybe have you considered sort of putting it together as like a toolkit that other application developers can use as sort of sort of a metrics to run through similar studies so that they can vet their own applications and how they're...
Okay, I guess there's two answers to that. The first, the video I was going to show, it was super off the cuff. I mean, basically I went around where I lived, and I take walks and I meet people that I say hello to, and I don't really know their name, but we see each other every day. So one day I just took out my phone and started asking them questions that I had already. So sort of like my sample is like 20 or 30 people. I mean, that's as much as I got. But we do collect lots of information in the KDE promo team from things like tweets and from Reddit and from loads of social media. That's why we know, for example, that a picture, if you posted a tweet without a picture, it will do much worse than one with a picture. If you write a headline which is explicit and long, that lists 3 or 4 things that are happening in your release, that will work much, much better than one that just says X has been released. So we're trying to formalize it ourselves as yet. I mean, we have quite a lot of data, but it's kind of hard because we cannot really. It's hard to formalize all that data. It's coming from different sources, but we're trying. And as soon as and we try to put it out in things like this, and we often share it with other. We had a meeting with the GNOME Foundation promo group, and we explained what we had discovered. Yeah, we could put it. I guess once we formalize it. Point taken. Yes. Any more questions? Time's up. Okay, so no more questions.
Going to present at maintaining a Flatpak repository.
So I'm Alex. I work at Red Hat. I've been doing GNOME stuff for the last 20 years or so. The last, I think, maybe now 4 or so, I've been working on Flatpak and FlatHub and all the ecosystems around that. And this is going to be a talk about how to maintain a Flatpak repository. One of the core parts of how Flatpak works is that it's distributed. Anyone or decentralized, or like anyone can run their own repository. This is not maybe what you always want. If you just want to publish your thing, it's much easier to just put it on FlatHub, or if you eventually have an elementary store, you just put it there. But it's also possible that you might want to do your own thing for a CI system or for Endless or something. So this is about that. So it's going to be sort of technical. I mean, I guess I should first say what is Flatpak, but I assume most people here know what it is. It is for you to install apps. Did I do that right? Did I follow the rules? Anyway, it does all sorts of stuff, like sandboxing and portals and whatnot, but in this talk, we're just going to assume that apps are files that we ship from A to B, and to C and D and E. So we have one place where we want to ship to many places, to many users, and this talk is going to be about how Flatpak stores files, how Flatpak transfers files, and it's going to be a lot of backing technical stuff, which is not necessarily super important to know all the details about, but having a feeling for how it works and how the repository looks helps a lot when you run it. So it's going to be how it works, but also how you as a sysadmin will physically type commands to make things happen. So the basic of everything Flatpak is OS tree. OS tree is often described as Git for operating system, which, if you happen to know the details of the Git internals, is a very good explanation. But most people don't actually know the Git data model, so I'm going to talk you through the details of how a repository actually works. So typically, a repository is a storage of directories of files in something called branches. So we start with an app, which is just a bunch of files, and they're regular files. And we make a repository using the OS3 repo init command, and then we commit it, and we give it a name. The name is called branch here. You don't typically call things master in OS3. That's more of a Git thing, but you could. And it will spit out this identifier for the commit that is currently the one that is on the tip of the master branch. And you can use commands very similar to Git to get information about the branch. This here is the object identifier for the commit. And if you look at the result of this, and if you ever looked into the .git directory in a git checkout, you will recognize this. It's very, very similar. Everything starts in this directory called ref. Ref is actually also a Git name. In Git, a ref is kind of an abstraction of branches. like a branch is a ref, but a tag is also a ref, and a GitHub pull request is also a ref. So, but all the stuff in ref heads are the branches. And this is just a file that contains some text, which happens to be the object identifier, which is just this. It's a checksum, so it's a hex number. In reality, they're a lot longer, but that doesn't work well for slides. But if you look at that, you can then find this object of this type commit in the object directory, and you can follow that. This thing is just a small file that has all the metadata about the commit, but it also has a pointer, or rather the value of the root directory, which is this red thing. I kind of color them so you can follow them as they move from the directory to the commit. So the commit will have the pointer to the root directory, and the root directory will have pointer to the stuff in it, and then like recursively, you can find anything by starting at this ref file. And the leaf nodes are the files, and they're actually just regular files. So you can go into the repository, and they're just the same as the actual app. This is one place where Git and OS3 is different. In OS3, or in Git, there's all this pactors and all this complicated way of storing stuff. But for reasons we'll come to later, they're just files. And these names look really random, but actually there are checksums. Like for the files themselves, it's basically just a checksum of the file itself. And then the same for these, it's just a checksum of the metadata. So the interesting thing is here that the checksum of the commit contains the name of the root directory, which recursively contains everything. So the checksum of this top level thing is just basically a reference for the entire thing. And if you were to commit the same thing again, like if you had a copy of this you got from somewhere else and you checked it in, you would end up with exactly the same thing here, because the checksums would be the same. Well, the commit has some like timestamp and so something, but all the other things would be exactly the same. So if you modify this here, like we change the thing and we commit again, or as it would be more common in Flatpak, you rebuild it and commit a new version, but most files are the same. You will end up with a new commit object and a bunch of new files. But since the checksums are the same, most of these files are still the same in the object directory. So the thing they changed is we got a new commit object that points to the parent. So there's a history here, plus it points to the new root, and the new root points to the new file, plus the old directory. The bin directory here. So when you commit a new version of something where not a lot of things changed, then you'd only add the changed files, basically. So it's a very efficient way to store things that changed, or even things that are unrelated but happened to have the same files in it. Like, it's likely that two apps happen to have the same Python version, or at least similar versions, so a bunch of the Python libraries are the same, and they will just automatically be shared in this. The next thing is the reverse operation, the checkout. You have this, you got it from somewhere, doesn't really matter. You run the checkout command. We get back whatever we checked in, basically. Looks the same, but if you look in detail, it's actually slightly different. All these files happen to have a link count of 2. That means there are hard links somewhere that points to them. And in fact, there are hard links back into the object store. This has 2 advantages. It's very cheap to do a checkout. We never write a lot of files. We just construct new inodes and new directories. We don't write all the data there. But also, it's very cheap in terms of disk. Like, we can do 50 checkouts of the same thing, and it wouldn't use more space than the original repository. And if you check out 2 different things, and they happen to share some files, those files will be automatically shared. And the sharing is happening on disk, but also in the Linux kernel, because page cache sharing is done by inode. Like if you happen to have the same glibc in like all your apps that's running, it's only going to be cached once in the kernel. So automatic deduplication on disk and in the cache. And based on this, we create a Flatpak installation. This is the typical system installation. There's also one for each user, where you can do like per user installs. But this is the default one. It has a repository, an OS3 repository. And in that, we have apps and runtimes stored as branches. This is very different from how Git will work. In Git, you typically have a checkout paired with a repository. So you have the .git, and then you have the checkout, and you modify the checkout, what it currently points to. Whereas in OS3, you typically have one repository with many branches, and you check out the branches on the side. And there, so we have the repository, and all the stuff that are in there is also checked out. It's an operation we call deploy in a Flatpak. And they're actually deployed, you can see here if you look at this, they're deployed in a directory by the name of the ref, but also by the name of the commit in there. So anytime you check out a new one, this active symlink still points to the old, meaning that this is the new one. And until you do a full checkout of everything and ensure that it's synchronized on disk and everything is fine, then you atomically switch the active thing, and at that point, the new version is the one that's running. And by then, you can eventually remove the old one and what have you. And the files inside are just like, there's a bunch of metadata, and there's a directory called files that just has the files. Like it's a prefix, basically, that gets mounted into your app. But when you're distributing this local format is not what you want. So there's a different form of repository called archive repositories that are slightly different. It looks mostly the same. The red things are what's different. Files are compressed because that's just smarter. But not only that, the files contain the metadata that we would otherwise store on the file. So permission, ownership, timestamps, these sorts of things you cannot get from a web server. So we store them inside the file instead. There's a commit meta file that contain extra information about the commit outside of it, mostly used for storing the GPG signature of the commit. GPG is used all over the place to verify that things are not tampered with in any way. On the server, we still have this refs directory, but directories are not great for web servers. Like, there's no standard way to enumerate them or anything. So there's this additional thing called a summary file that we regenerate every time we modify the repository, basically by trolling this refs directory and making it one big file. So the summary file has a list of all the refs and their current values. And it's very useful both as a replacement for trying to enumerate the directory over HTTP, but it's also a single file that you can get atomically, and it represents the entire state of the repository at that point in time. So it's like any changes that happen after this in the repository you can ignore. Like, you have a snapshot of this point where you can get all the refs at the same time. And as long as you never delete old object files in your repository, you can forever know exactly all the things that were at this point. Although the file tends to be large, so we have like a local cache of it, kind of like the apt or JOM metadata. Like, whenever we do an operation, we start by getting the latest summary, and then we work from that locally. It also has space for random metadata that Flatpak uses to encode certain stuff from all the apps, such as permissions, dependencies, so that we can, for example, ask whether you want to accept these permissions before you install the app. And we can download the right runtime, it depends on before we install the app. But these are just extracted from the apps themselves and stored in the summary file. So the basic way you would then install an app is you look at the summary file, find the object, the commit, recursively spider through all the object files that you don't already have locally available. And most of the time, you would eventually reach a directory that was already existing in the previous version, and then we just prune that entire directory and skip it. And then we download all this into a temporary directory, and when everything is verified, we have to verify that each individual object actually checksums to the name it has. And then at the end, we can just take the GPG signature of the top level thing, which is the commit object. And if that's valid, then the entire thing is valid. There's also a feature called static deltas, where we can have pre-generated binary diffs between versions of an app. So it's a useful optimization. The generic O3 pull operation does skip downloading things that are the same, but if just a single byte changed of some file, it would still download the entire new file. So this is a way to do a more optimized, it's basically an XDiff of the files, and we can only use it if we know we have all the data in the previous version, because then we can use the old data to apply the diff. There's also a way to do a diff from nothing, which is useful because then we create a single large file, which is useful for minimizing the number of round trips. If you download large things, like a runtime has a lot of small files, and it's more efficient to do it once. But these are all optional, and it's up to you as an admin of a repo to decide how many deltas you want to keep around. There's a cost of generating them, there's a cost of storing them, versus the gains you have from them. We also have something called AppStream branches. I don't know if most people know what AppStream is, but it's like a metadata format for describing apps, like descriptions, versions, screenshots, all that kind of stuff. And each app has one. And then while we're updating the repository, we extract all of them from all the apps and put them into one super XML file. So each individual one is called an app data. And then we combine it into what's called an app stream, which is XML for all the things. And also the icons and whatnot. And this is what app stores use for showing information. Like the web app uses this. KDE Discover, GNOME software uses this. And it's actually already used by most things because it's also used for packages like deb and RPMs. So it's nothing new, but it's important to be aware that we have to regenerate this branch whenever something changes. So in practice then, how would you do maintenance of such a system? First of all, you have to have some kind of master repository. So there's one machine somewhere that has the master copy of the repository, and then you ship to users from that. It's not a great idea to ship that directly to users because that machine should not be loaded by random users load. So either you sync the contents to your system where you deploy things, maybe it's a different machine, maybe it's on Amazon S3, or maybe actually most common is just put up caching web servers in front of it, like a proxy, Nginx proxy or something, so that makes it very easy to distribute it to people. Some things you have to be careful about here is if you do some kind of synchronization, the summary file refers to all the objects in the repo, so you have to make sure you copy all the objects, move all the new object in place before you replace the summary file. Otherwise, some client might be pulling something, expecting all the objects to be there, but they're not. You also have to be careful about synchronizing the signatures. In particular, the summary signature is a separate file. So if they're not in sync, you will get a GPG warning. And generally, if you copy those two files at the same time, there's really a very, very marginal risk for erases. But if by accident you happen to cache for a long time different version of them, then you run into really bad issues. Also, you shouldn't be building your stuff on this master machine. I mean, it's just bad form, but also it's you probably want to build on multiple architectures, so it's not possible. Instead, you build on some kind of build machines you have set up. And then you use this other command called build commit from, which is a way to import builds into a repository. So it's not a commit operation because you already have a commit, but it's also not a pull where we just move the commit into the repository. Instead, it recreates a new commit that like takes information from both sides. So we have the old parent from the master repository, but the data from the new commit. So we have things like the actual file come from the new commit, but the GPG signature, maybe the timestamp, maybe the comment, you can add that at the point when you import it. And you generally do that then multiple times, one for each build. Or maybe you want to bunch imports in general to avoid churning the summary files a lot. And then when you're done, you run this build update repo thing, which will regenerate upstream data, regenerate the summary, and it can also generate deltas or remove all deltas, things like that. And in these commands, anything actually that changes the summary file or creates a new commit object, you have to specify a GPG signature that you want to use for that repository. Otherwise, you will accidentally end up with an unsigned thing, and your users will get complaints from Flatpak about GPG not matching and whatnot. And in general, there are some rules about GPG keys. You shouldn't use your own. Like, a lot of people have personal GPG keys. Don't use those. Generate new ones for each repository. That way you can like hand it over to someone else or have different level of security. Like, ideally, the private key should never, ever get off the master repo. And in Flatpak, we even have like a hardware dongle, so the private key never leaves this USB stick thing. It's pretty cheap these days to get one of those. And we do have a way to migrate to a new GPG key. It's not perfect, but basically we can load the new GPG key, and then as clients update, they get the new one, and eventually you just move over and assume like you left it there long enough for everyone to have the new one. To really do well worldwide, you really want to use a CDN or something like that. And the way the O3 repo works is it matches very well how a CDN works, because all the files are static. You can just cache them forever. The only thing you have to be careful with is the summary file. So the setup on Flattop is that we have some Nginx proxies that host that proxies the main repository, and then everything is cached in Fastly from that. And whenever we update the summary file, we have this, Fastly has this REST API where we can trigger purging of certain things from the cache. So we cache the summary files, but then we purge it automatically whenever it needs to. That was about how you manually do things, but probably you want to use this other thing I wrote called Flat Manager, which does all this for you. So it's written in Rust, so it's basically a shared or a statically linked thing you can just drop in place and run. It does use Postgres, so you have to have a Postgres, some kind of Postgres install in like a small JSON config file that defines things. So it does like serve the repository. You can install directly from there, but what you typically do is stand up some kind of Nginx in front of it for load balancing, and ideally also CDN or something. But it also has the REST API that lets you add stuff to the repository. So there's a token-based system where you can generate tokens that have permissions to upload. They can be subsets. You can hand out permissions to only upload in your namespace, or only modify a certain build or whatnot. And if you use these, you can create like test builds. So it maintains a set of test builds, and you can upload to the test builds. And when everything is uploaded, trigger basically a commit of the test build, and then it will run the updates and create a summary file. So you basically end up with this mini repository with just your app that you can like try to install from and verify that the app builds and whatnot. And if everything looks good, then you can do a publish of that, which imports it into the actual master repository. And that triggers all this like stuff we have to do, like updating the summary file, generating app stream, deltas. And this is actually a bit more flexible, like you can have work machines to generate deltas, and there's a more expressive way to declare which deltas you want to generate. And we can hook into various places, like there's a call out whenever the summary changes that you can easily add some curl code or something to trigger CDN invalidation or something. It does generate Flatpak ref files for all new builds. It mirrors screenshots from the app stream data, so you can have your own copy of that, and a bunch of other stuff. And there's a REST API. It's not complicated. You can implement it yourself, but there's also, it comes with a Python client that you can use to just, if you just want to upload your builds from your build machines. And it's actually pretty cool the way so you create like a build, which creates a new URL, and then you can push to this. So you build a repository on your machine and you push it. But the way we use it on FlatHub is that the master system creates the build, and then all the build machines does the pushing. So we never have to copy anything to the master machine. It copies directly into the repository. But each build machine gets a token that only allows it to upload to this particular build. So like the build machines are separated from everything else. And then at the end, every build machine reported that it's correct, and then we can commit it. And then we create like a pull request comment. Here's a link to the repository. You can try this thing out, and when it's done, you just click on something in the UI, and it publishes it. I think that's, yeah, I'm going to talk a bit about this too. This is more of recent work. There's been a lot of talk about buying stuff and monetizing stuff, and I've been working on the very fundamental part of buying stuff, which is allowing you to not download stuff, basically. So there is this setup where the repository requires an HTTP bearer token for certain refs. And the way the repository works, it's complicated to know what sort of stuff ends up in what app, because due to the sharing, like any random object could be in any random app. But there are some objects that you always have to download and you never use for anything else, which is the commit object itself and the delta superblock, which are two small files with specific path names that we can easily filter those and only require a token for them. So what would then happen is, on your machine, your local client, you have something called an authenticator configured for the remote, and whenever Flatpak knows that you need to buy this thing, it will ask the configured authenticator for that remote for a token. And then it would use that token when it does all the HTTP requests for the refs. So this is very generic, and the authenticator could be whatever, and it could be doing, it could be showing you like a user interface using GTK or whatever. It could be doing web calls. It could be using pre-existing things like the rel entitlement system has like a local key that you can use to sign things or whatever. I don't know exactly how it works, but we can hook into whatever system you already have, or we can create new ones. So it's a very generic system. But yeah, typically it's paired with some sort of pre-existing system that records purchases, be it the rel system or some kind of web server that handles like purchases of hub or something. And the way we know that something requires purchases is that we have added this metadata called a token type, and if the token type is unset or if it's 0, then we don't have to do anything special. We can just do it as before. So we can mix like free download and purchase stuff in the same repository. But if it's set, we pass it to the authenticator to do whatever it wants with. It's possible that we set the token type for something and then ask the authenticator, and it decided you don't actually need a token because maybe we can do a client-side donation thing. So it's not actually protected on the server, but we can still round trip on our local thing, so we can ask for donations or something. But it's also possible that it does a web call doing something. And the authenticator can also use web callbacks. So we have a callback system in the Flatpak library. So apps like GNOME Software or Kitty Discover can allow the authenticator to show web flows, which are somewhat integrated with the UI. I mean, they're web stuff, so it's also not native, but still like controlled by the app. So the window and whatnot that we show the web stuff is controlled by the client at least. This is all work in progress, but I hope to land it in the next version, just like end of the year, something, and then we can use that to eventually do something for FlatHub. And yeah, I guess no questions then.
All right. Thank you. And unfortunately, we don't have time for questions right now, so just find him at lunch. The reason we don't have questions is because we want to get you to lunch. So thank you very much for speaking. All right, a couple of announcements. Basically, we're only like 5 minutes behind schedule, so not too bad. Please come back at 2:30 for talks. And remember to put your unconference ideas up there. When you come in, do the voting, just because we don't have a whole lot of topics up there. And I also asked the question on Telegram of which day you preferred better, day 1 or 2. Quick show of hands, what did you prefer? Day 1 style unconferences or day 2? So day 1. Okay, day 2. Oh my gosh, okay, that was like even. Okay, well, answer on Telegram. The difference between the two was basically that day 1, we just had the top 2 chosen, and they were both in the main room, so everybody was sort of encouraged to attend those, and people then had access to the to give a presentation. Day 2 was meant more for discussions, and so the top 2 were still given the main room and, use of this. But then there were other ones that did not have a presentation component, and they were, again, it's more of like a discussion style. So, yeah, let's vote again. Okay, so day 1, which is presentation, everyone's in the same place. 2, 3, 4. Keep them up. I'm going to count this time. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 8, 9, 10. Okay. Oh, really? 11. Okay. Okay, so that's 11. And day.
Please welcome our next speaker, Heather, who is a developer at Canonical and also a GNOME contributor. Please give her a big hand.
Can you all hear me? Oh, wow, that's loud. Okay. Yep, I'm Heather Ellsworth. Nice to see you all. I'm here to tell you about GNOME desktop snap applications. So I've been at Canonical for two months now, and this is basically what I've been working on. So making it easier to make GNOME desktop snaps. So I'm going to introduce some Snapcraft GNOME extensions. So here we go. So before I get into like what I've done, just dive into the details, right? Brief outline. I want to lay some foundation because not everybody's familiar with Snap and Snapcraft are. So we'll talk about what are Snaps briefly, what's Snapcraft, what some of the core pieces of the metadata packaging file is, and how we can improve the developer experience by using this new GNOME Snapcraft extension, and kind of what is next. So let's lay some foundation and talk about Snap, Snapcraft. What the heck are they? Snaps are simply a bundled app with its dependencies that will work across many different Linux distributions without modification. So this is really handy if you have an application that depends on a newer library that maybe your distro doesn't provide, or depends on an older library that's getting deprecated, right? If you have Python 2.7 applications that are not going to be rewritten anytime soon, you can absolutely snap them and can retain a user base. And it also provides like a path to give your users applications with like more updated libraries and other dependencies, right? Or you can just snap something for the fun of it. And so snaps are discoverable and installable from the Snap Store. You don't have to install from the Snap Store. You can build locally and install that snap locally. You can give that snap package to your friend, have them install it locally. So it doesn't have to be with the Snap Store, but that is typically how snaps are found and installed. Snaps are built from a tool called Snapcraft. We'll get more into that next slide. And then snaps are run and managed by Snapd, that typically the distros provide. So Snapcraft is the build tool that is used to build snaps. I said that just like 10 seconds ago, right? And it builds all kinds of snaps. So historically, there have been a lot of headless snaps, so like for IoT, robotics, that kind of thing. But we can also do desktop snaps, targeting mostly KDE and GNOME. And then, yeah, it uses the Snapcraft YAML file of a project in order to build the snap. And to me, what's really important is that Snapcraft is a bunch of not scary Python. You can go and check out and contribute to, and it's great. So now if we look at, what some of the core GNOME requirements are for the snaps, you'll see there's a lot of more pieces kind of on top of it than like a headless app would have. So the Snapcraft YAML for a GNOME app is going to have many parts. Some special to it being a desktop app, some not. But obviously, it's going to need some sort of GNOME theming info that uses plugs and slots. And those terms can, it's not real obvious what those mean. So I have found this picture to be very useful, that, a plug is the consumer of an interface and a slot is a provider of an interface. So I actually have this printed out and hanging on my wall behind my monitor, so I look at it sometimes. Yeah, so like an example is if you have an application that needs access to the camera interface, well, then you have to define some sort of plug that consumes that information. Or for a slot, an example would be if you want to provide what the name of your application is for dbus to register with like GTK application registration, that is a slot. It provides this information to the system. And then there's going to be a desktop icon because people want to click on icons to run their app. I mean, you can also run your snap from the command line, but desktop apps are important. One nice thing is, so there's going to be an apps section that defines what the apps are that are bundled in this application, this snap, and it can have more than one. You can actually, that can be pretty useful if you wanted to provide a toolbox of stuff. Like there's this Snappy Debug snap that has 6 apps that are all fantastic for using as it's essentially like a toolbox for debugging. Events is another great one. It snaps, or it provides 3 different apps: Events Previewer, Events Thumbnailer. So there's an app section and then there's a parts section. And the parts section is really what I feel like is the meat of the YAML. And all of the parts come together to build the apps. So parts that are used, so there are a lot of common pieces, common parts used across GNOME applications. There are a lot of common plugs and so on. So some examples of parts that use libraries needed by GNOME themed apps specifically would be like glib, you see libgtk3 dev use, gobject introspection, that kind of thing. So how can we improve the developer experience by using extensions, Snapcraft extensions? So I said the word common a lot, at least I think it a lot. There are a lot of common pieces across these GNOME apps, and so what you would find before these extensions is you would say, okay, well, how am I going to snap this? You go find some examples on the forum. They all have these common pieces. So what we want to do is abstract those away, so no longer do you need to copy and paste. It's just kind of done for you. We want to provide new libraries to the users because our current base is Ubuntu 18.04, which, you know, it's a couple years old almost, right? So I want to give newer libraries, and then a common build environment is always nice, so you don't have to, well, we'll get into it more. So what is the extension exactly? It is an alternative method of building snaps. You don't have to use it. You can, of course, still provide the traditional theming information and build environment and what have you. But I don't know why you wouldn't, I guess, is where I'm going with that. It is Snapcraft code. So GNOME 3.28 was the first extension that was kind of the experiment of this. And then some work was done on GNOME 3.32 to kind of make it better, abstract this build snap and platform snap from each other. But 3.34 came out before GNOME 3.32 extension could be released. So that work was just rolled into the 3.34. And then GNOME 3.34 Snapcraft extension is almost ready for release. I was trying to get it released before I came here, but maybe in the next couple of weeks it will be. And the extension uses a build snap and a platform snap. So what do I mean by that? A build snap is basically a snap that just builds a whole host of libraries. There's about 36 common libraries that GNOME snaps need, like glib. I mean, I mentioned some earlier, but it also builds like Harfbuzz and Pango and Cairo and so many things. So it builds these libraries from source, and then the platform snap basically takes that build snap and then makes it available to your snap so that you have access to all of that stuff for build time. But it's not packaged in your snap, so it's not giant, right? You're not packaging glib with every app. But you have access to that new glib every time you build your snap, so that's very handy. The extension also removes the need to use explicit GNOME plugs, and it simplifies the app-specific plugs. And then it obviates the need for these desktop launcher scripts, these helper scripts that you also found yourself copy and pasting a lot. So I know there's a lot here, right? This is just a snippet of an app. A Snapcraft YAML. And because it's YAML, I tried to bold the kind of top level pieces, so like plugs, slots, app, parts. That's all like kind of the top level of the YAML. And you can see that, like, so we have all of the theming stuff. We were always copy pasting that from some existing GNOME app. The slot, that's where you commonly see the dbus name listed. And then the list of apps. So this is an example of Tali, for example. And in this case, there's one app, which is quite common. And then we point to the desktop icon, and then we list our parts. So in this YAML, we had two parts. We had the kind of helpers, desktop helpers scripts, and then we had the app itself. And there's a ... here because there was a lot more, and it wasn't really relevant here. So So you know, in the 332 branch, this is what the Snapcraft YAML is. And then if we apply the extension, we can get rid of all of this. We can remove, in this case, all of the app-specific plugs. We can remove this entire part, and then Tally no longer needs to build after that part is built. And all we do is add the extension, essentially, change the command. So you're essentially removing 30 lines of code, and you're making it more intuitive. So if a new person is coming to snap something, it makes sense to add an extension, assuming that they know what GNOME 334 or 328 is, right? That is a GNOME release. So that's really nice. It's a much more intuitive, much more maintainable data file to carry forward. So I mentioned briefly that we have this build snap that's kind of like an underlying piece that really the person building a snap doesn't need to care about. But because it's a key integral part of the extension, I wanted to tell you a little bit about it. I told you there were like 36 projects that we build from source, and we do that from either the latest stable GNOME branch, if there's a 334 branch. If not, then we look for the latest stable branch or tag or what have you. And this is better than using like the default libraries that are in an old Ubuntu 18.04 base. And it's really nice that because the build snap, all of those libraries are provided to any snap you build using an extension, so you don't have to list any of those packages that would be used in your snap. So you can thin it down that way too. And then this is the GitLab repo for GNOME SDK, which is, there's a branch for the build snap, there's a branch for a platform snap. And then we have a common build environment. This is really nice. So I found myself going, now where are the GDK pixbuff loaders again? And linking to that every time. So this is only, what, seven environment variables, and we're using the GTK portals as well. And this entire environment is available to every part in every snap that you build that uses the extension. Now, of course, you can overwrite them if it doesn't work. If your get text is in a different location, then okay, you can overwrite it as needed, right? If you need full control. But it's important that we do kind of lay the ground in this build environment to make it useful to all the parts. So yeah, that's nice. Okay, so that's really cool, right? What is next? Well, maintenance is a really big part. So there are a lot of GNOME apps that exist that have snaps. In most cases, the snap metadata is living in the project itself in gitlab.gnome.org or whatever. And so it's important to go through each one of those and update them to use the new extension and modify any, remove any build packages that don't need to be there because they're provided in the build snap. And yeah, just kind of making sure that all of the snap metadata out there for the various apps is up to date, right? Documentation is never done. Anybody that knows me knows I love documentation like a crazy person. So yeah, that's always undergoing improvements by myself and community. So that's great. And then we really want to encourage community involvement because, these are all projects that we care about. Some may care about some projects more than others, and so that's okay. I want to help project maintainers become more involved in the maintenance of their project snap, even if that's just like I submit a pull request and then you build it and test it and say, cool, yeah, it runs, right? I mean, I'm going to do that too before I submit any pull request. But yeah, I mean, if people are interested in learning a little bit more, I'm always available to answer questions. And if I don't know the answer to questions, I'll certainly, get you to the right person and learn myself. And you can expect a new GNOME extension for every GNOME release. So GNOME 3.34 was released some time ago, and the extension is, not out there yet. But in the future, I would like it to be pretty quick. And since we've kind of got a lot of foundation for the GNOME 3.34, like the build snap, the platform snap, and all that jazz, then it should be easier to get those out faster. Another cool thing is that we have a snap packaging workshop tomorrow in the Sala de Reunions room from 1 to 3, where we're going to have a good time. We're going to talk about snap packaging. We can help anybody package their snap if you have packaging issues or just have questions. Come join us. Here are some useful links. So that's where the snap craft code is, the build tool, right? And then the SDK, which is the build and platform snap, you can find it here. And then there's the Tally example that I gave. All the Snap Store, docs, forum, it can all be found on snapcraft.io. And then here's my GNOME blog where I have posted these slides. So thank you very much. Are there any questions? You can find me on the interwebs with this stuff. So.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. If I understood well, the extensions are kind of mounted in the application namespace, something like that, so they can see all the files. This sounds a little bit like Flatpak runtimes, and I was wondering if you consider basing your extension in just GNOME runtime, or just using the same.
Yeah, that's a good question. So I know that Valentin and his team have done a lot of work on making the free desktop SDK available to be used by snaps as well. And his talk earlier in the week kind of showed that they're working on that. It's experimental. I didn't realize it was so far along, so I'm excited to go try it after the conference. But using that as a base instead of strictly Ubuntu 18.04 base is in the plan, and I hope we can do that. And then, yeah, if we can put more stuff, maybe in the GNOME runtime, that might make sense to do.
Can I quickly add to that previous question? So, if you rebase on top of the free desktop SDK, then we could also consider adding directly to the upstream GNOME runtime the same Snapcraft exports. So we could directly build the Flatpak and the Snap runtime at the same time, so you won't even have to rebase your work on it. It's like one source tree, we could build the both. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think until that is readily available and stable and we're using it, it's fairly easy to slap this together, right, and provide this to users. But then I think once we have a shared base with Flatpak, we should definitely use that. Okay, thank you very much.
Please welcome our next speaker, Nick Richards, who is a product manager at Lucid. Give him a big hand.
Hello. Yes, that's better. Good. Hello, up there. So, first of all, I'd like to start with an apology. It's a very deep apology. I can't talk very well. There has been a little over-enthusiastic collaboration during this conference. And as such, that means you're going to get slightly less energetic than my normal, I hope, moderate standard of presentation, which would be more similar to this. I'll be dancing around the stage. Thankfully, I won't be doing that as well because the stage is really noisy. If you keep shuffling around the stage, please someone raise your hands or something. I know it's going to be really irritating for the people later. Secondly, ML gave a really, really, really good talk on Tuesday. If you weren't here or didn't see it, you should watch the video. It had contained about 2/3 of the talk that I was going to give when I first came. So this talk has been hastily rewritten, which is good in many ways. It's been significantly improved. You'll get all exciting new content. But yeah, go and see her talk again. It was really good. And now, my name is Nick Richards. Hello. I am product manager. I work on Flatpak, amongst other things. I've worked on GNOME stuff for years and years and years and years and years. But I am also one of the few GNOME Foundation members who is also a KDE member. Thanks to the magic of FlatHub, contributing across everything. I'm a former product manager at Endless, that's the marvelous computer I'm using. And at the moment now I work for a company called Lucid, who are of no interest whatsoever in open source apart from paying people to provide services on open source code, which is good too. That was also one of the themes, mostly servers though. What is product manager? Christian knows he's not here, it's very sad. But, so he wrote a really, really good blog post, which I will encourage you to look at. This one doesn't have the URL, but I'll publish some stuff later, which does. So, he says this: they take feedback from everywhere. They do all kinds of cool stuff. You can read that. Most importantly, the role is leadership. It's kind of interesting, idea of a leadership type role in a an organization or a sort of an area which is historically driven by coders scratching their own itch. But what does a product manager actually do? Because I mean that kind of tells you what you're supposed to do, but what do you actually do? Hopefully I'm going to give you a bit of a clue for some of that stuff. You tell a story. So every application has a story. They speak about like the point of view of the application, who should be using it, what the where it can fit into your life as a person or a user, and those which have really compelling stories and stories that that really resonate with people are those that are very successful. So you then integrate all the things. You get feedback and you get stuff coming from all over the place. And product managers' jobs are to really be the inverse of the person who goes and sits in a dark corner and just codes stuff all the time. It's a very important role to plow your own furrow like that. But this is much more about trying to integrate stuff together and keep people on the same page. That story part again. If you can tell everyone the same story, then they'll basically be kind of working it out themselves. And thirdly, your role is to maintain standards and to say, it's not quite good enough. It's not really what we're trying to do here. But kind of, when you put it down to it, it's just saying no in a nice way a lot of the time. It's a you know, improv style, you know, no but. You know, what can we do next? How can we go from here to there where we both want to go? Or have you considered if we turn this contribution around in a slightly different direction, it can work a lot better and we can integrate it and we can all be more, you know, all meet everyone's goals. So, does it sound like a great app maintainer? Yes, basically it does. So why do you care? Pretty much everyone who maintains apps here is doing it successfully, otherwise they wouldn't have come all the way here. You do this already. But I think that Christian can talk about this. He says, I spend all my time doing this stuff. It wears me out. It tires me out. It's not fun. I prefer just to spend my time coding. So you can either get some help from someone like me, or maybe I can help you do it a bit more efficiently. So let's do it better. This is an exciting example of some highly proprietary visual design for the MeeGo tablets right there. And that is Thunderbird Bad. Look, you can save much more space with this exciting way of writing an email composer. So we'll go back again. What are the tasks that we're trying to do? We're trying to find the story, identify all the things, and then we're trying to maintain standards. We're not going to talk about all of those during this conversation, but we'll give you a bit of a go now. So, how do you find your story there? These days, pretty much what everyone does when they're making programs is they write a list. That list is a set of requirements that the thing has to do. It might be a README file in your repository. It might be a wiki page. It might be some kind of exciting long Google Doc. It might be all kinds of stuff. But it says, what is the thing going to do? Okay? Then you turn this list into tickets. Oh, isn't this fun? You can have loads of tickets. Here's some gedit tickets. Look, some of these are bug tickets. Some of these are features. Some of them are just like people expressing their points of view. Cool, great. So you're thinking, I've got requirements. I can go through these requirements one by one and I can turn them into tickets. You have already lost. You're lost, I tell you. You haven't thought about where you're trying to get to here. Like, this is the absolute classic thing that people do in terms of incremental improvements for your project. It's sort of being driven by the backlog, being driven by a few of the things that people do or tell you need to do, and not really thinking about why are we trying to get to there. What's the most important thing? The thing that a product manager or product thinking can help you do is identify what's the most important thing, then let's do it now. The other stuff may be helpful, but is it important? So, what you need to do, you need to find some of your story. Great apps have a point of view. I love GNOME Builder. It's one of my favorite applications. I use it all the time for a variety of things it wasn't designed to do, including writing lists, all kinds of stuff. But one of the things that I think is most inspiring to me about this is how clearly Christian had a point of view about this application, about what he wanted it to do, what he didn't want it to do, the ways he wanted people to be able to contribute to it, the areas where other people would be able to extend it, and how kind of the world he wanted to create out of this. You know, what would an ideal world for this application be? And then try and move the world more towards that. If we could all be that good, I would be. But so, how do you find all of this story if you're not Christian, if you don't have this thing that you've been spending 15 years thinking about? So it's a mixture of your internal drive and your user satisfaction. I mentioned earlier about the classic open source scratching your own itch theory. I believe that's actually very important for really, really good applications, particularly those that live in a kind of an open source world where monetization currently is less good than we'd all like it to be. You really are going to need a lot of internal self-starting, but also something that really satisfies your needs. You know, like, there is a reason why there are quite so many music players available, right? People like playing music. They like doing this. They have very strong opinions about it. And if it works for them, I mean, that's great. Like, this is the kind of thing that is, why is it self-starting? Why does it work? Still not quite sure why we have so many clocks in the world, but that's a different question. So, what's a good first step? So you've probably worked out your own internal drive already. I can't really tell you what that is, sadly. But I can tell you some other stuff. So, write some things down. So, what I'm going to tell you is, think about the application you're working on. Write down every single potential competitor that you can think of in about 25 seconds. No one's writing, but that's okay. I'm going to do it in a second. So, just write down all that stuff. Proprietary, free, different platform, completely left field. If it's a to-do list, the answer might be sticking stuff on the fridge is actually a competitor to my share of time. It might be that people would prefer to watch Netflix rather than make lists, like all this kind of stuff. So, I'll give you an example for FlatHub because it's easier that way, and it's what I spend most of my time caring about. So, here are some things. Snap. obvious competitor. Google Play, literally someone we could be inspired by or compete with. Apple's App Store, distros, that's a way that people get applications. Windows Store, App Image, strange but true. So, for the list, how does each one of those things reach the user? What problems are they going to solve? What is good or bad about them? What's easy or hard to copy? So, just kind of, write all of those down kind of off the top of your head. So, I'll give you an example from the top there. A very low resolution version of Snapcraft. I'm very sorry for that. That was supposed to be a significantly better thing, but I blame low DPI. So Snap reaches the user through preloading in the most popular Linux OS. It's a very good way to reach the user. It has a really, really great developer outreach story, as we literally just heard, and also some really, really good websites for finding this stuff. And it's very easy to get started with if you're already working on Ubuntu, which, as previously mentioned, is the most popular Linux OS. So you're kind of going to be likely to at least know a little bit about it. It's a strong assumption. Some of the implementation details have historic warts around them, based on where it comes from, around the phone. And there's a bit of a store lock-in to an Ubuntu managed service, which, strength or weakness, but it is what it is. So, so what do I say from that? What does this imply for me? Actually, there's one other slide before I have to do that. So, examples of people who do this really well. GNOME design team, really, really excellent at doing this. These wiki pages which have, what are we kind of doing at the top? What's our goals? What are non-goals? Here are some relevant art. Look, this application settings on the Mac, this is what Elementary do about it. This is what Windows do about it. This is what iOS does about it. It's not going, start your photocopiers. It's just going, how have other people tried to solve the same problems? Or alternatively, if we look at the goals and non-goals, are these actually the same problems? Like maybe there's a good reason why we shouldn't fall into this trap of just copying these people because we're trying to do something different. It can be very, very, very helpful. So, what does that imply, that Snapcraft example of what Flatpak should do? I reckon they should concentrate on preloading. How do we get to the user out of there? They should improve the developer outreach story. They should collaborate with Snap on the stuff where it makes sense, like XDG portals. And there's a little bit of a slide here I need to move. They should concentrate on improving the overlapping tech, because that's an area where it can improve both sides. There's a weakness on one. And as a point of differentiation, maintain that diversity of app sources, because otherwise that is literally wouldn't exist. I can assure you of that. I was product manager at Endless when we selected the thing. So, coincidentally, that's pretty much exactly what the Flatpak team and FlatHub team are doing. Good news. I hope so. If you have other things that we should be doing, do let us know. So, it moves from, again, how this gives us some strength to say no in an encouraging way. So, when we talk about things where you're like, okay, cool, in the Flatpak world, we could do this thing that will only work on one particular repository. Obviously, that isn't going to work, because if we're doing things that only work on one particular repository, like, why does this thing even exist, right? It's completely against the raison d'etre. But at the same time, you can say, hey, maybe we should go out there and try and work with other people and other applications and try and work with upstreams to better use portals, because fundamentally there's lots and lots of different ways that people are going to do this thing, and that's going to improve the user experience when people get their apps working in FlatHub and in Flatpak and in Snap and in even App Image, if they ever work out a way to put stuff inside a container. But up until this point, all we've done is use your brain, okay? So, Galaxy Brain answer. That isn't really the only way of collaborating with stuff and making great applications. It's a really good part. We found our intrinsic motivation earlier on. We've now found sort of the world that we're operating within. Now we need to talk a little bit more about what feedback should we listen to. Very important. How do we integrate that feedback in there? But actually, we need question zero. How do we get feedback? Not what should we listen to, because if you're listening on the wrong channel, you're going to get a lot of bad stuff. Where do we get feedback? Do we get our feedback from Phoronix? It's a source. Do we get our feedback from Twitter? You know, I mean, you know, it's a strong response. Do we get our feedback from a series of cats? That's mostly where I get my feedback from, that provides the love and success that I need to keep going every day. But, you know, there are some good places we can go. So we can get feedback in person. There are some really good examples earlier today of let's go and interview some people. Sounds good, like a good idea. Let's talk to people at these kind of conferences. Again, there's been some really great collaboration that we've had, and that has corrected some stuff that we were going to do wrong, that has given some ideas about things that we could do better in future. GitLab, it's a good source. I'm not going to say that a bug tracker isn't a good source of doing this thing. Discourse, IRC, press reviews. Again, people who are kind of interested in the area but dispassionate, they've probably got some good ideas. Blogs, fewer ideas, but they're okay. Forums, user testing. Again, user testing is really important. You've got to recognize the strengths and weaknesses of user testing. You've got to know what you're trying to get out of it, the kind of context the person coming into it has. Apps is a little bit different. If you're working on desktops, that's something that people use pretty much every day, the whole time. So they might be more willing to take more of a training load on board for a more complicated application. But again, that's also similar to stuff like a non-linear video editor, where people do this for their job, right? You know, like this is something that they do every single day, versus a to-do list thing where there are 200 of them and you can switch. And it kind of, if it's in any way annoying, it's going to go. So, great products never listen in just one way. I think that's the important, really important message. The big difference between kind of companies like Apple, who have a very strong intrinsic drive and spend a lot of their time listening to themselves and to user testing and to do all that stuff, and companies like, say, Facebook, who are incredibly metrics driven. Okay, I'm not saying you should be one or the other, but there are, recognize what the strengths and weaknesses of your position are and different ways to listen, and ways that you can get access to people or to feedback more easily. So, Endless has metrics, somewhat controversial, but they're really good. You know, for a product manager, they're good. I can tell you that Nautilus is the #1 most used GNOME application. It probably won't surprise you too much. File managers are kind of a useful thing, but it surprised me the first time I saw it, because I thought that our users didn't really use files that way. I learned something different. You can also, using these kind of metrics, instrument actions within your application. So you can set, you know, if there's something that you're trying to test, some new stuff, you can find that out. Obviously, you need to make sure that that this is done in a privacy-preserving fashion, not least because it's literally the law, but also because it's trust. It's very important. This can tell you something really important. I would strongly recommend, if you work with a large enough organization that you can afford to set up the infrastructure you need, and that you can deal with the regulatory burden, make that happen for you. Or get metrics-like information in some way or another. But all this is telling you is the what. I can tell you Nautilus is opened loads and loads of times. I can tell you it's open for a very long time. Doesn't tell me why. Doesn't tell me anything about the why. I can know all kinds of stuff about, cool, this button is clicked on 4,000 times. Great. The one next to it is clicked on 200 times. Maybe great, maybe not. Maybe one of them is close application. And I don't want actually anyone to click that button. I want them to keep it open the whole time. I'm not sure. That's why, you know, if you just take metrics on their own, if you just take user feedback on its own, you're not really getting anything. You need to integrate that whole picture together and use your judgment a little bit more. So, one of the reasons why you're going to need to do some of this stuff is because I would strongly encourage you to disintermediate and get access to the user as much as you possibly can. Use something like Snap, use something like Flatpak, use something like AppImage. I mean, fundamentally, go around to the user's computer and put it on there yourself. If you're trying to do this, trying to work out this kind of thing here, the why, that means you're going to be iterating. As I think Aleix said earlier on, if your iteration cycle is, you know, at the speed of a distribution release cycle, you know, that's not helping. I want to get 3 releases out in a week. I want these people to be upgraded. I want to be able to see stuff. I want to see how this works. You know, you can't afford to be held back by the slowest possible application. Yeah, also, like, control your own stuff. It's easier to get bug reports. there's different talks about this. So, we found all of this feedback. We've written it all down. We've thrown half of it in the bin. Those were actually the designs for that thing I showed you earlier. In retrospect, I realised that now. And what are you going to do with it? So, what you need to do is you need to write that down yourself. I can't really help you about integrating that stuff. That is kind of literally what product managers do. And it depends completely differently on each situation that you're in. But you need to weigh all of these bits of feedback separately. You need to compare them against where the potential strengths and weaknesses you have in the market. What opportunities do you have to satisfy that customer better that you've created, or the market that you've done? Or maybe even just looking at it, you're going, actually, you know what? Success for me is just making this thing for myself. That is perfectly valid. That is the story that you're telling. You've integrated all of the feedback there, and the standards you only have to maintain are for yourself. It's true. And 1 second. Yeah. So, very important here. At the start of this, you started off with no plan, no clue, or potentially no plan and a clue. I'm assuming that one of these two things. Via the implementation of product fairy dust, the intention is to move further up, either to the top left. I can't help provide you with clue, I'm afraid. That's kind of your own job. Or to plan and clue, which is the dangerous area. This is an area that one of the senior managers at Intel told us about. I was particularly enjoying. You'll notice on all of these things that basically I've just been telling you about how to deal with the first problem here. And not really talk too much about the second two options. This is kind of deliberate. I've quite enjoyed my time at this conference. I'd like to come back and give further talks. So consider this as a trailer. Yeah. Consider this as your watchword. Aim for plan and clue. So, summing up, every single person is making a product. I mean, basically everyone here is. You can get more deliberate about making that product. Whether you like it or not, you're doing all of this work already, but just think a little bit about it. It's not very hard. We just did it in 25 minutes. I can do it for you until I have to get on a plane later today if you buy me a drink. We can have a talk about it afterwards. Or later, we can have lots of different conversations. Get a diversity of feedback. Products are better when they're made by more diverse viewpoints. Whilst it's really, really important to have that strong vision, moderating that is where it turns into kind of a superpower. Okay, so it's not about moving around and being just swayed by whatever the last person on Bugzilla told you to do. It's about combining those two things together, and that needs some discernment. Yeah, so you need to be discerning of what is sensible feedback, what is within your story, where you should just go, hey, this sounds like you should actually use this product over here. You should use that thing over there. Like, if you're trying to make something that you really believe in, you shouldn't be scared of someone else using something else. There's significant billions of humans in the world, and you do not need all of them to use your stuff. You are not Apple or Google. I can guarantee that. I've seen the attendee list. So, questions? Chats? Impromptu claps? Oh, lots of time. I thought my voice sounded quite well, actually. No. Yes. Question from the back. I like it. Ladies and gentlemen, Ocular maintainer.
So, you mentioned saying no positively, but that's one of the biggest issues I have, right? It's like when people propose something, they propose it because they need it, and sometimes they think nobody has thought about that before, and it's like in their mind it's like the most brilliant idea anybody has ever had. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of, I personally have a lot of problems shooting down people, saying like, like maybe that's not so a really good idea. So
right, and also like kind of, if you're particularly nice about it, which I know everyone in this room will definitely try to be, it can be a real drain on your time to kind of recapitulate the last 20 years worth of product decisions you've had to make about why or why not you're doing this, if you're trying to say no in a nice way. Yes, it's really difficult. I think one of the things that it depends on the situation. Sometimes you just have to say no, seriously, you're being a person who is violating the code of conduct. But I think one of the things there is try and help that person think from another person's point of view. So if they're saying, yes, I need this, help them to think, okay, how many other people need this? What changes need to be made to this contribution you want to make in order for it to be valid? How are you, the person who is contributing this thing, going to defray my maintenance time? How are we going to help work together to make sure that this is bug-free? Is there any extra testing you can help me with in order to get this? It's about, trying to create empathy for them, for you, and for the end user, because a lot of the time those people definitely haven't spent all that time thinking about it. But yeah, it's the hard thing, right? This is why people are paid to be product managers and don't just do it out of the goodness of their own hearts all the time.
Thanks.
Cool. I'm looking forward to the gift.
Thank you. This is for you. Give him a big hand. Okay, we are a few minutes away from starting our lightning talks. Please be here.
How does the metrics daemon work? This is very exciting. If anyone does currently or formerly work at Endless, to see whether I can remember. It's an open source daemon that, so basically stuff sends dbus messages when things happen to a metrics collector, which runs locally, compresses stuff, adds jitter, does a bunch of different things to privacy preserve it, links it against the machine ID. Periodically, that then gets uploaded to a metrics service in TechCloud. There's ways of doing back off and compression and all that kind of stuff, but it adds very, very limited amount of bandwidth usage, almost no memory. It's just kind of data points of this particular metric here happened this time. So for application usage, for example, so length of thing, when it started and when it stopped. There's some similar stuff for a bunch of things, but you can see all of those metrics trace points in Endless GitHub, or talk to Rob, who I think has probably gone to the plane right now. But yeah, but yeah, it's all open source stuff, and any application can do it. Obviously, if the collector isn't there, nothing will happen. The thing back when I worked at Endless, that I would always tell people was, if you're an application developer and want to see your metrics, come talk to us and we'll make it happen for you. Obviously, the ones that were actually instrumented with like click metrics and stuff were all Endless applications themselves, because we were trying to work out, in the encyclopedia, did people search? Did they browse? How long did they spend on things? Did they click on links inside there? What did they always come in via using the global search? Yes, the answer is. So during GNOME initial setup, there's a screen about do you want to allow metrics, yes or no? Default no. Actually, it's default yes in some countries, but yeah. Was there pushback or contention? It was never controversial. No, because Endless was not targeting and is not targeting the traditional desktop environment. Like, it doesn't consider itself to be a competitor, really, to Endless users don't even know what the hell Ubuntu is, let alone anything else. The other systems they use, like Android, iOS, Windows, all have these things in. But no. I'm sorry it's the first you've heard of it. I did a very bad job of explaining it previously. It's pretty cool. Yeah. They would freak the hell out, yes. They would. The installer stuff, yeah. Right, exactly, yeah. And like, for example, they're super happy to do the Steam hardware survey. It's one of those where like, it's where you sit in the sort of the trust, clue, privacy preserving person continuum, and it was more controversial for engineers inside Endless than it was for Endless users. But you can turn it off. I turn it off. It works. Yeah. A product owner doesn't have to be a product manager. It can just be like an expert in the area. So like, imagine you are imagine you're making a industrial controls machinery. So the product owner is the person who runs that machine, and they're telling you, the programmer or someone else, like, yes, this is good or no, bad. A product manager is kind of basically like a generalist superstar who doesn't have specific knowledge of that area. You can take the role of a product owner in a Scrum team, and almost always you do. But you kind of have more of a kind of an oversight area. Does that help? Cool. Right. Yeah, kind of the thing that I always say is basically like, you can do one or two of the really deep skills within any software team well, and you can fake the rest of them. And kind of fill in where necessary, so you can call people on bullshit, and generally kind of like, you can do any of that stuff. That's kind of the ideal Swiss Army knife kind of role. But yeah, it varies. It's different at different projects. It's different in different companies. Yeah.
Okay, we're about to start, so start finding your seat, please, and wind down the conversations. All right. So we are at the most exciting time of the day, or the most adrenaline-filled, really. The entire day was awesome. Remember how lightning talks work? Who can tell me? How many minutes yes, but how many minutes do people have? 5, good. All right, and then, yes, you you did it correctly. We start clapping them off stage whether or not they're done. So let's see how it goes. All right, I am here to introduce Anissa. Take it away.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Well, my name is Anissa Kuci, and I come from Albania. Besides being a GNOME contributor and user, I'm also part of other communities, free software communities back in my country, and I've been part of a hackerspace there, and that's where I got to know what free software is, and that's where I started contributing and also helping on building communities. Back in Albania, I've been part of different projects, and one of them is OpenStreetMap, and that's why I've taken it as a showcase for this 5-minute lightning talk. And I'd like to only give some hints on what I think communities can do to grow bigger. Afterwards, I'll show some pictures from our OpenStreetMap community back in Albania, which was very diverse and very active, and it was taken often as an example by other communities in other countries on how to maintain a group of people to continue working voluntarily. My first advice or hint was to have physical spaces for people to work because we realized that when we would do, for example, small mapathons or editathons to edit the map, especially for new contributors, they were very successful and people were very much enjoying them. And it brought many new people in the community, which would also happen with other projects as well, not only OpenStreetMap, but I was mostly included in that project. And it was also creating a very positive vibe for the community, and people were trying to socialize as much as possible and be very welcoming to the newbies. Another idea or hint on how to grow community was regional cross-border collaborations. And we try to do that as much as possible because we were having collaborations with OpenStreetMap in Kosovo or OpenStreetMap Greece or Italy. Or even Belgium, and it was very nice to exchange experiences and knowledge between communities. We were trying to be as careful as possible on having a diverse community and having balance between not only men and women, or not only gender balance, but also to have balance on the backgrounds of people that we're kind of aiming for, because we wanted people not only to have, different genders, but also different backgrounds, different ages. We wanted as much inclusion as possible, so we didn't have only a target group that was, say students, but all people that would be hopefully interested in the project. So I believe it was something that we're doing good enough, and we're succeeding. Very often we would organize these little mapathons, and they were very, very friendly, and they would create this very not very confidential kind of environment, and people were not shy to join. like no matter what they knew about the project, and it was very nice to have them around and not having them being complex. And another good point is to take good pictures of the events and also have good documentation, because many people who stay back at their homes have no idea what's happening in the event, and if you try to show them by having good pictures and good documentation, it makes the whole process easier and makes people feel like they can join, and they don't have the complex of what's going to happen there. So yeah, these were some very short hints or ideas that I had, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. You were like seconds away from 5 minutes, so you did great. Okay, we're going to take a couple of minutes to set up for the next speaker, then I'll introduce her. All right. Are we ready with time? Okay, awesome. All right, up next is Shola. 5 minutes start now.
Hello, everyone. Mostly my conversation is more or less like a story of my journey so far. I started off as a data from a management perspective, which was finance, accounting, and management. And during most of my time, I just want to explain to you my experience with fostering understanding. So understanding, first of all, for me as a person, and then the users. My users mostly were the stakeholders. So I started off doing accounting jobs and management. But during our stakeholder meetings, I noticed there were issues with lingos. The IT team and this management, they didn't seem to understand each other's perspective of things in coming together to put a product together. And then I thought to myself, okay, what if I just try to get to understand of IT, and then maybe I can bridge that gap? I didn't know what I was getting myself into. And then I went for training and I saw this. What in the world? I thought Excel was crazy. And then I ended up with a command prompt. And I thought to myself, okay, this is a challenge. If I am having this problem, then I can understand where management is coming from when we're trying to break down the databases and how they are connected and entity relational diagrams. And when I also had my training, I discovered that management, when I tried to explain with that platform, I saw that management was switching off quite quickly and scratching and just trying to get off. Can we just finish this already? And then the GUI came. Thanks to KDE and GNOME and other platforms, other graphical user interface, it made it easier because my users were not basically people using applications. It's talking to people to make something happen for profit purposes on average. And then when I tried to explain this database and stuff with entity diagrams, they understood better. They could see things they could relate to. And even if it's not perfect, there was progress. with regards to management. And one thing I can always say is this: as much as you develop stuff, do us a favor to consider users' perspective. Use the graphical interface wherever you can, or something that people can relate to. There's something about being able to relate to your customers or your users. If you can try your little best, as much as you can, to push that bit, not look at things from just your perspective, but from their perspective, you might be able to bridge the gap we're talking about and reduce the number of problems we have, between the developers and the end users. And for me, it's been a beautiful experience so far. There's still more to do, but so far, with GUI, it's been a lot better. And thank you, everyone. That's all from me.
Thank you very much. All right, another couple of minutes, and then we have one more. Actually, I think we have two more for you. Yes, we have two more. All right, and we're back already. Okay, next up for this lightning round is Saloni and Amit. I will give you.
Hello. So this is Saloni, and please bear with us as we prepare this entire presentation in under 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Amit, and we both are university final year undergraduate from same college and same branch. So we will be discussing about, we mainly promote open source in our region, by conducting many conferences, introductory event to many colleges in our states and overall India. So we will be displaying the various outcomes we come to know about conducting these events.
So I'm Saloni, I'm a final year student, and I'm 20, and this year I won the Women in Open Source Award by Red Hat. That's all.
I'm a KD contributor and former GSOC mentor and student with KD. So let's start.
Okay, we all love open source. We all love open source.
But do we all know about it?
We all. So we are here to talk about the students. Here's what we found out when we talk to students. We conduct various events across the year in different universities in India, and to promote open source, to let the students know about open source, what it is and what opportunities, what student programs are there.
So when we ask students with open source, what open source is? So all they answered was
are you talking about Google Summer of Code? When we asked, what is open source? Okay, Google Summer of Code. And we were like, what? Okay, outreachy you mean? And we were like, no, we are not talking only about the student programs with open source. We are talking about the generic wide term that open source is. And then we explain it, and it happens to more than 50%, 60% of the times that they do not know what open source is, but they know what Google Summer of Code and outreach is all about. And that's all they know about open source.
And after we conducted many events, and some of the the observations we conducted after from 40 plus students event. So what we get was, so some events conducted without some swags and pizzas. These were the audience.
These were the events that we conducted earlier when we didn't know what actually attracts the students to open source, to events, or what actually attracts students to attend our events and listen to us. So these were the events that had no pizzas, no swags, nothing, and only had us, the speakers, talking. So this was the audience. And when we included swags and pizzas, so
audience was 3 times, so it was exponential growth.
Okay, so the important question is how many students actually remained in touch with open source after they completed Google Summer of Code or Outreach and student programs?
One sad and good thing was like our college in 2018 we had 15 GSOC students, which was like our college was ranked 8th in the world. But after like completion of GSOC, I talked to most of them and found that only 3 or 4 of them were like actively contributing even after the completion of GSOC. That was the sad part. So
not many. And why we thought, like why we researched about it, and what we found out that why it was like that was because there was no environment of open source. There was only like, okay, you are a student, okay, go ahead and participate in Google Summer of Code, try hard for it, go contribute to open source until you get selected for Google Summer of Code or Outreach. And once you are done with it, okay, you are done with open source. Now go find a job. So I need a full-time opportunity. That's all what students said once they are done with Google Summer of Code.
So how we can increase student participation in open source? So we come about like there are some programs like Season of KD, GNOME internship, like individual organizations. They have many programs for students. We need to have more such programs to like how they to include more students. Like individual organizations can have their own programs that will promote more students and know about many organizations. And if possible, we can, if it is possible to like introduce some full-time opportunities, that would be a great.
Yeah, and having a separate budget for student conferences, or having college representatives, like I am a GNOME representative. I'm not, but I'm just saying for an example. For example, I'm a GNOME representative in my college, so I'll introduce my college students about all the opportunities, all the open source projects that GNOME has and everything. So this is, in my opinion, will help a lot. And more diversity-focused events. Thank you.
All right. So we have one bonus one because we started a little bit early. So we're going to go with one more, and then we're on to the conferences after that. So Christy, do you want to come on up?
Do you need my laptop or anything?
No, I don't have it.
Okay, and this is going to be a freestyle, so especially awesome. Okay. All right.
Hello everyone, I don't have the slides as it was something very spontaneous. So today I will be talking about something different, and I'm the student of the Diplomacy and International Affairs as I was 4 years ago. So this is my bachelor degree as well. So I'll be talking about the online diplomacy and free software. And right now I was remembering the times that I was presenting in front of my professors, and they got very suspicious when I said that we can actually integrate diplomacy with something online, as they thought that nothing is safe when it's online, and that the diplomats and every deal that they would have would go open and public. In the beginning, I didn't know what to do as for my diploma thesis. Many students started to choose subjects like the Middle East wars or the Soviet Union's, like from 1945 until 1990, countries during the communist systems. So I thought, why not to do something different? And then I opened the news in the national television, and I heard the news that Albania closed the embassy in Norway because we couldn't find the money to keep it. The rent was so expensive, and the budget of the embassy couldn't afford it. Everything was expensive, like the accommodation and everything. So I thought that probably we can do something online also to replace the embassies, or to replace all the things that can be actually online and not to be needed, like to go somewhere and to have it. So by having the online diplomacy, or by having things that, or the meetings that can happen online and stuff like this, it can be easier regarding the budget, flew people to fly around the world, less money to be spent, and it will be way easier for everyone's life. So this was in the Albanian aspect, and this is what kind of I treated in my diploma. And during that time, I remember that it went big, an initiative that actually was also big in Kosovo, when a group of people and students started to send requests to LinkedIn, Facebook, and all other systems to put Kosovo as a name listed in their country system. So it was a very big initiative, and I thought that it is really cool as a very good step on actually to do the diplomacy, because diplomacy cannot be done only by people that are diplomats, that have 30-year experiences and they know very well what to do, but diplomacy is something that can be done by everyone, even by the students, by those that think that they do not belong here, but negotiations and talking and communication can help us solve everything and also have a better place to live in. So this was my, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So we are basically done with lightning talks and everything else. We are going to have a couple of unconference sessions. I forgot my phone down there, but the first one is at Zeba. What is that? Yeah, can you read? Okay, great, and that's here. Great. And then come back up for the second session, which is... Woo! So trolls. All right, so break off. The last thing is the closing ceremony. So after the unconferences, come back to hear closing words. And
you know what the talk is about, right? I had the same talk in Rust Fest, which happened in Barcelona just a few days ago. But it's kind of relevant to Linux desktop in general, a bit to apps, because apps use dbus to connect to services and stuff. And you will probably use this API that I'm talking about if you're developing an app, any app for Linux desktop. First of all, who am I? Well, my name is Ishan Ali, work for Red Hat, but my job is in the cloud stuff, cloud infrastructure stuff, so all this that I'm talking about is my spare time stuff right now. I work with FOSS, been doing GNOME stuff and other FOSS related things for a long time, and I like flying, and I have a cat, and I like cats. So a background story for this talk. I have a project called GeoClue. It's a component of the Linux desktop, which tells you where you are. Well, it doesn't tell you directly, but the apps use the service to ask where you are, and it uses different sources to find that out. It's like, as I said, geolocation service, and it's written in C. I've been a maintainer since GeoClue 2. It was a complete rewrite with a lot of different ideas. That was 2013 or 14, so it's been many years. But I had an idea this year, beginning of this year or last year, that let's oxidize it, which means to convert it into Rust from C. But why? You ask. Well, first of all, it's in C. I have a lot of experience with C programming. I'm really comfortable writing C, but I'm a human being. I make mistakes, and that means that there's crash reports, like memory problems every now and then. Even if I use like tools that help me with that, there will still be mistakes, because C is a language that makes it very easy to make mistakes. And also, like, location is one of the most sensitive data about a user you can have. So if you have memory issues, that it can be, you can use that. Attacker can use that to get your location information, and we don't want that. And most importantly, I love Rust. It's a language that I've been looking for a very long time, an efficient language that is also safe by design. But before I do go oxidize GeoClue, there are some challenges. First of all, that I was most worried about was the build system. A lot of the desktop and embedded services nowadays, they use Mason, which is a build system and configuration and build system, however you call it. And that has support for Rust, but it doesn't have support for Cargo, which is the build system that is used with Rust everywhere. And support for Rust without support for Cargo is not very useful in the end. You really want to use Cargo if you are doing Rust projects, unless it's a very simple stuff, and then you can just use Mason directly. And the other challenge was dbus, the interprocess, which is a very efficient interprocess communication protocol used on the desktop. I don't know if I need to tell this audience what that is, but just for yeah, it's very famous in not just in desktop world, but also in embedded world. It's used a lot for IPC. There was a dbus library for Rust. It is not was, and it's using dbus, libdbus, which is a C library. So all the actual work is happening in an unsafe language, and that was my whole point, to do things in a safe language, especially things that handle interprocess communication and stuff. That would be very nice to have it in a safe language, all of it. But still, I thought, like, even though it has not just that issue but many other issues, I still decided to use it, and not just use it, but also I contributed at first, and I thought, like, yeah, I can really use that library. But then in May we had a Rust GNOME Hackfest, and I decided to actually started porting GeoClue, and I realized that the Mason bit that I was afraid of is very easy to work around with, and the main problem that happened was the dbus RS API was really overcomplicated, especially the parts that I needed. They were really hard to decipher even how to use it. So I was like, what should I do? I tried, like, I spent like a day or two just trying to decipher how to use that API. And I was like, maybe I should just rewrite my own dbus crate, and it's like from scratch, not using libdbus, so that the API is nicer and not just for me, but for others as well. And this idea has been around, like quite a few people I realized later that have tried creating a dbus library from scratch in Rust, but they lost interest at some point, all of them. And I was like, how hard can it be? I really wanted an answer to that. No, it wasn't just like, nah, it can't be hard. So I looked into the dbus spec and to see what's involved and to decide if I can do it or not. So on the low level, it's just a message passing protocol, and it's it doesn't matter what transport mechanism you use. You can even do it on TCP, but of course it's not secure. Usually, typically on desktops, you do it through Unix sockets, local Unix sockets, which is specific to your domain or your user. So you can have some kind of security there. And it has on a low level a wire protocol, which is kind of also known as G variant, because when it was created, glib was one of the first users of it, and they created this API called G variant, which is basically the dbus wire protocol, and you can use it outside of dbus context as well, and a lot of people do that. So yeah, I looked into that, and it's basically a bunch of data types and their encodings. That's what the spec defines, and they have a natural alignment. And so if you have like a 4-byte integer, it's aligned on a 4-byte address. So mostly it's very natural, and it seems logical. And each data type you have that spec defines has something called signature, which is a string that defines what the data is. Every simple type has a one letter, of course, and then you create the container data types by combining the container's signature and the contained type signature. And the basic types actually map quite nicely to the Rust basic data types. These are actually examples of Rust data types, and the dbus data types are exactly the same. So that's easy. Containers, it's a bit complicated. Array is, just in Rust we have a data type called vector. It maps nicely to we also have an array, but vector is most used because it's dynamically allocated and it can grow and shrink dynamically. And structure is just like a struct in C or Rust or many programming languages. You have a bunch of data that is put together. So that's also easy, not so difficult. And then dictionary is also in Rust in the standard library there's a data type called hash map, and in other programming languages you have something similar, some dictionary or hash map, and it maps nicely there. And we have a bit difficult one, we will see later. It's called variant data type, which is a generic data type in Rust, in dbus. And which means it's you have the signature of the data that you have inside and the actual data in there. So you can put any kind of data in this variant. So if you want to transfer it in any data in a generic way, you put it in a variant. So that's the low level. It seems pretty simple, right? And high level, you have objects. When you connect to a service, you talk to a specific object or objects in that service that it exposes. These are the ones for GeoClue that you talk to, and these objects implement something called interfaces. It's very similar to interface concept in programming languages. And the API you have is on the interfaces, and basic API is methods and signal. Signal is just a method, but in the other direction that you get an event from the service in terms of signal. And method is something usually an app calls on the service. And properties these can be read-only or read-write as well. And these are all on interfaces, and objects implement those interfaces, and they have the APIs then. So I looked at all this and I was like, this doesn't seem that difficult as I thought it would be. So let's give it a shot. So while I was at the Hackfest and a few days after, I had like 3 days, and I started putting something together. And after 3 days, I was able to establish a connection, and I was able to call a method, like a simple method, but still able to successfully call it and parse the return value and stuff. So I was like, cool, let's really do this, because it doesn't seem that difficult. So that's when I created this project called CBus, which is just a Rust crate for doing dbus. So I was like, let's start with the simple part, not simple, but the basic part, the low-level bit. And if I get that right, then the high-level stuff should be easy. So I came up with this trait. Anyone knows what is a trait in Rust? Can you raise your hands if you know? Okay, most people don't know. Sorry. So trait is like an interface in many object-oriented programming languages. You define your API in that trait, and then any data type can implement that trait, and then it has to provide all the API in that trait. So this is like a trait for anything that can be encoded and decoded into dbus wire format. So as you can see, it has signature. Any type that you claims that it can go on dbus, it has to provide what's its signature, what's the alignment, what's the it has to provide a method to encode it. It has to provide a method to decode it. Don't bother with extract slice. It's too much to explain right now. And of course, the signature, the last method, which is the signature, is actually for simple types, it will be the same as the constant that you have, because they just have one letter. But for complex types, it would the method would return something that has the signature of the contained types as well, not just the container. So I started to implement this trait on simple basic types, which was super easy, and then container types. As I said, we have a vector. Vector can have something called generics in Rust. If you want to define something very generic, you can use these generic parameters, but you can have bounds on these generic parameters. So for example here, a vec in the standard library is already defined as something that can keep any kind of data in it. But I in here add a constraint on it that for this one, it has to be a variant type, something that can be encoded to dbus as well, the contained type. And then the rest is just, putting it together. Structure, it doesn't map exactly to the struct in Rust, but the thing is that's more static, and what we need to send on dbus, we need to prepare and put together, is more dynamic. So I needed a separate API, so I had to create a separate data type and methods on that data type to create it and to parse it. And then of course the variant type trait was implemented on it. And then the variant bit, which is, as I said, it keeps a signature of what is contained inside, and it keeps the actual encoded value inside it, which is why I thought it's a good idea, but later it turns out it's not. And this is the API in use. It's my unit tests. You can create since I64 type implements variant type, it can be put in a variant, and yeah, basic stuff like you encode it and you can then decode it. Can I do this? Yeah. Yeah, this is decoding from raw data, and yeah, you get the same thing again back. So. But the thing is, I lied before in my previous slide. The trait that I showed is not as simple as it looked. It had to have something called lifetimes. In Rust, you use lifetime parameters to tell the compiler what is the lifetimes of the parameters and the return value, and you associate the lifetimes of the parameters passed to a function to the return value, and also you define lifetimes on the inner value of structs. Yeah, so with lifetime it looks like this. I'm not a fan of lifetime syntax in Rust either, but it's just a syntax. This makes things a bit harder, although I was going for efficiency, and lifetimes was the only way to keep things efficient, so that I don't have to copy data. I can just say, okay, whatever is passed to decoder, the slice of data, that's lifetime is the same as when you slice it, and also when you return something from the decoder, so it has the same lifetime. Which worked well for a bit, but I ran into a lot of problems. Each time I change anything in the API in any way, lifetimes comes on the way, and I have to make sure that they are all okay. If you haven't played with Rust and ever, it's very strict language. That's the strength of it, and also a bit of a problem when you first start coding in Rust. Compiler complains a lot about everything, and you hate yourself. But when you get it to compile, then your code works just fine. You don't have to debug anything. So that feeling is worth the trouble. So yeah, but in this case, I had too much trouble, and I don't think that feeling was worth it. So back to dbus, right? How does it look for dbus? I have only basic stuff on the high level implemented, like establishing a connection and calling a method based on the variants that I have defined. When you have a connection, you just say it which service you want to use, which objects you want to operate on, and what's the interface name, and then the method name, and you can pass parameters. And this is a simple case, so there's no parameters to pass. And then you get a reply, and you can parse the reply body as a variant, and then you can, if you should know the type of what you are expecting. So you say, I want the data, and you give it the type, exact type, and you get the exact data of that type, and then you can do whatever you want with it. And I was like, okay, I can use I have defined all the variants. I have created for all the data types that are in dbus, and I can call methods with it and stuff. So I was like, well, maybe I'm done now. It's all done. And hoping to put the variant in a separate crate, first document it and stuff. But then I realized something. I added, the last data type I added was the hash map, and the test cases that I added were a bit extensive, so they were failing, and I thought maybe I have made some mistake in the implementation or the test cases themselves. I was looking at it for days, and I realized that no, that wasn't it. It was like something much worse. Variant alignment was all wrong that I had implemented, and that only came out in that test case. Turns out dbus has a strange few rules. It's not all great. The first rule is alignment is based on the position in the message. So if you have a message and you're putting different data in it, the alignment of that each data is based on what's its position in the whole message, not just the container what it's in, which is fine. It's not a big problem. It's easy to solve. But as I showed you in the beginning, the encode method and decode method, they don't take care of this. You just give it, you just tell it like, yeah, encode yourself, and you get the bytes. You don't get the padding for the alignment. But this is easy to solve. You just add another parameter, which I did later on, and tell it like these many bytes are before you, and it aligns itself based on that. But then there's another rule, variant and the contain value. The variant data type I mentioned, the generic one, it does not need any alignment for itself and for the data that it contains. However, its grandchildren do. So if you have like a hash map inside variant, then the variant and the hash map does not need alignment, but the keys and the values in it do need an alignment, and that makes things really difficult because you have to then pass the whole information to the encoding in there that, oh, you are inside, you shouldn't be aligning yourself, but you should be only aligning your children. So yeah, and that the current API doesn't take care of that. So this was 1 month ago about that I came across this issue, and I still haven't fully solved it. And the main reason is that lifetimes are hell to work with. I've learned a lesson through this whole thing, and that is that efficiency is not a religion. You shouldn't take it so religiously. And I realized that what I was doing, I got went overboard with efficiency. So the compromises that I'll make in C, that I'll be fine with doing in C, I was not okay with doing the same in Rust, because I was trying to make it so efficient. Like it's not worth it. There's APIs that you can use to share data between different parts of the code safely. They are not as efficient as if you would just pass pointers around, but they are not so inefficient after all. Actually, they are more efficient than when you would do it in C. For example, in C, in GeoClue, I use something called GObjects, and GObjects are reference counted by the default. And that reference counting, because the C API does not know if you will be using it in a multi-threaded environment or not. So the reference counting is atomic by default, and that's not cheap. If it depends on how many objects you have, of course, but if you have a lot of objects, and it can be quite inefficient to have it atomic. But Rust has different data types for using in a single thread and multi-threaded environment. it's called RC. It's called reference counted type. It's just a container type. You can put your data in it, and then you can share it around in your code. And it's not atomic, so it's pretty efficient. It's more efficient than I'll do it in C when I do it in C. First of all, I need to solve this problem. But before I solve this problem, I have to kill the lifetimes and do it slightly inefficiently, but make the code a lot more easier to change. And so after that, once I'm done with that, I want to put the variant creds separately. As I said, people use this G variants in the wire format outside of dbus context as well, so they can use it for that. Then, of course, simple things that are dbus related, receiving messages. I only can send right now signals, which is pretty trivial once you have the sending and receiving messages. And asynchronous API. So I want to have my API very asynchronous because it's I/O, of course. So you want it not to block the threads and stuff. So far in Rust world, the async story was a bit in a limbo, but recently it got all stable. Like there's these stable APIs for doing async, and there is now a stable library called async std, which is the same as a standard library, but async version of that. And it looks really cool, and I'm really looking forward to using that to provide async APIs. And then once I have the low-level stuff done, high-level should be trivial. And of course, code generation. Everyone I know that uses dbus usually use code generation to deal with dbus. There are some communities where that's what they always tell you. Like, if you have any problem with dbus, to directly handling dbus, they will say, why are you not using code generation? So it's taken kind of for granted. So I need to provide that. And also maybe macros. Rust has really powerful macro system. You can do a lot with it. And some things can be simpler if I provide macros for those things to handle. And a lot of these things are easy stuff that I need to do. So that's it from me.
We have like 2 minutes for questions. So does anybody have a question? No? Come on. No? Not really?
Okay.
Okay.
Wait. Are you sure?
Probably. Isn't there maybe I'm wrong. Isn't there already a G variant, like the thing in GTKRS used?
Yeah, but that's in glib. It's it's a C library again.
Yeah, I know. You don't want.
No, I want a pure Rust for safe. Like I want to have safe code for dealing with dbus.
Okay.
And as I said, like. Actually at C, it will be more inefficient code that I'll be using, so I want it even efficient.
Thank you for the talk. Is this something that can be built reproducibly? I appreciate you using cargo, and so in my experience that pulls in the latest and greatest of everything every time you build, and it makes it hard to do reproducible builds.
You mean like a lot of projects they are using unstable. No, at least right now, I'm not using a lot of dependencies anyway. Like there are only 3 dependencies, and they are all stable. And I thought like I'll have to use the unstable async stuff, but now it got stabilized, so I don't need to. Even for that, I don't need to use any unstable stuff. Yeah.
So I'm going to do the nice thing and answer instead of ask. With cargo, one thing you can do, so the idea is the semantic versioning, so you have major, minor, patch level. You can specify your dependency as only major or major and minor or down to the patch level, which then pins to the varying degrees of I want reproducible or I want latest and greatest. And next to the cargo.toml thingy they use for configuration, there's also a cargo.log that gets generated. And I'm not quite sure how it works. Usually it gets overridden, but there's some mechanism to actually lock that down and then you could basically, as distribution, say, keep this data around, and the next time I want to rebuild, use exactly those versions you got at that point in time. So Cargo has support for it, but I think most projects just go with major, maybe minor, but patch level just get the latest and greatest.
Yeah,
that's more using like the upstream what they want than a problem with Cargo.
Yeah, but even with if you specify a version, even if it's you just specify I'm sticking to this major version, still it will get only the releases. Like it would download the release version, not from the Git master, unless you say it like I want Git master of this dependency.
Okay, we're out of time for questions, so thank you again.
Yeah, sure. We may as well start the time, just in case somebody. So we'll see how long this lasts, considering I just made it up.
I think it's an interesting topic.
This kind of question. Yeah, sure, which I'll be able to answer now. Okay. Get to you at some point. Yeah, if there are some interesting questions, stopping the streaming recording might be useful at some point, but otherwise I just won't answer things that I can't answer. Yeah. Or I'll just tell them. Yeah, that's better. Hello, everyone. Hello. So my name is Neil McGovern. I am the Executive Director of the GNOME Foundation, and as some of you may have heard, we're getting sued by a patent troll. Before I start, I want to say, this is not legal advice. I am not your lawyer, and I'm not a lawyer at all. So listening to me to get any sort of legal advice is probably a really bad idea. I'm going to talk a little bit about what's going on and the current status. I'm not going to talk at all about what we're doing about it, because that requires privilege between our lawyers and the GNOME Foundation. But I will talk about our aims and what we're trying to do. And to give you a little bit of a story about what it's like to get sued by a patent troll, so how this came about and what was going on. We were at Quadec this year in Thessaloniki, in Greece. It was fantastic. We had an amazing turnout, a load of people who were really passionate about GNOME, and fantastic weather. Beautiful surroundings, wonderful plazas, great food, lots of great beer. And it was a wonderful time. We were having a great conference. There was loads of people turned up. I certainly spot some people in this photo who are around here. We had a great welcome party. Went to hang out with loads of good friends, old and new. I'm British, so again, we drank a lot of beer. There was quite a lot of that, and I mean a lot of beer around the place. So just to give you a bit of background, but it wasn't all socializing. There was also some very hard work at our beach, BOF, where we went swimming. So just to give you an idea, we'd have a fantastic conference, and then this was the last sort of Hackfest workshop BOF day that we decided this year in Guadec. We're all going to go to the beach instead. Some people didn't want to, so they had a museum BOF instead. So they went around a load of museums in Thessaloniki. So it was a wonderful way to wind down the conference on the last day. I saw this. This is parked in Thessaloniki Harbour. It's a pirate ship. It's fantastic. So you get to go on the pirate ship. It's free. It goes around Thessaloniki Harbour. It's fantastic. And of course, because I'm British, it's actually secretly a floating bar. So the thing about going on the pirate ship is you have to order a beer. So we might have ordered 2. And it was fantastic. And just as I was getting on this ship, and therefore going out of Wi-Fi range or any sort of signal range, my phone goes off and there's a tweet. We're being sued by a patent troll. Well, that's fantastic. I've just got onto a boat that's just left the harbour and I have absolutely no idea what's going on, and I haven't even heard about this. So this wonderful, fantastic, relaxing day we've had after the stress of organising a large conference of hundreds of people coming along, was finally able to relax, and then saw this. Now, for those of you that may be unfortunate enough to get involved in legal proceedings, this is not the normal way you get notified of a lawsuit. Over Twitter by a third party. So I saw this. I was on this boat. I couldn't talk to anyone. I was out of signal range. And I had a, let's say, a range of emotions about where we should go. So what's this Twitter talking about? Oh, what is this Twitter talking about? Oh my, everything's awful. My life is ruined. I was having such a nice time, and then why did I take this job again? And then finally, of course, okay, let's see what we can do. Let's call our lawyer. So I finally made it back to ground after finishing my beer, obviously, and called Karen Sandler, who is one of the GNOME Foundation's lawyers, and as I'm sure some of you will know, is also the ED of Software Freedom Conservancy. And it was about midday her time, because she's in New York area, or East Coast somewhere. And she was great and said, right, okay, let's have a look at this. I'm going to have some calls with some other lawyers. I'm here for you to try and sort it out. It's all okay. You don't need to worry. It's potentially serious, but we can have a look at it. I'm sure we can get people to come and help with this. This was fantastic. So I was slightly more relaxed. So that evening, fortunately it was my last evening in Thessaloniki, and they had just put on a beer festival, so I obviously went to that. I then got on a plane, landed back at London Gatwick, and had some more emails about this from many different people. I'm just going to go over the patent that it is being that this non-practicing entity is saying we infringe. And as I'm sure everyone knows, a picture paints 1,000 words. So I have a series of about 5 slides here, so that cuts down my slide deck by about 5,000 words. And I'll just explain what these things are as they come up. That's a circle with a camera in and 2 boxes. That's a explosive detonation of a device, as far as I can tell. Figure 3. This is a envelope with a keychain on it, which you put an SD card in to send to your friends or something. This one's great. This one's really explains what this patent is all about. This is a circle and 2 squares with some arrows. And then finally, a Venn diagram involving a camera. This is actually the claims that's stated in the 086 patent. It's rubbish, it's very vague, it's really complex to understand, but it is basically plug your camera into your computer, it says there's photos there, you can go show me the photos from yesterday and upload them to the internet. A method of taking from receiving lots of images. Does this one work? Yes, receiving lots of images, doing some sort of filtering where you can do some sort of criteria either manually or automatically and then transmitting it somewhere else. So, plug your camera into your computer, it sorts out your images, and then you can pick whether to upload them or not. Apparently, this is a patent they hold. So I'd arrived a little bit nervous about what was happening in Gatwick, and I found I'd had an email and a voice message on our main GNOME contact number from this group of people, Shearman and Sterling. And they were fantastic. So they said, hey, we'd like to represent you. We've heard you're a non-profit. We've heard you're being sued by a patent troll. And so we'd like to offer you our services. It's like, well, this is going to cost. I had a quick look around, and they have something like 400 lawyers and 80 offices worldwide. But then I read along a little bit more, and they said, I'm not sure this is public, but it is 8 a.m. in California, so they're not awake yet, so they're not watching the stream, so it's fine. They said they would do it pro bono, which means if they don't win, we don't have to pay, which is fantastic and really, really useful, because as a non-profit, we have some money, but nowhere near the amount of money it takes to properly defend a patent case. And so we talked to them. I call Karen. Karen says they're fantastic. She's sat opposite to them in some patent cases before. And they're really good, and we should get involved. So this involved a couple of weeks of phone calls. So some with them about who we are, what we do. They wanted to make sure we were a proper non-profit. What can happen in some cases in the US is you have non-profits who are actually secretly NFL baseball teams with millions and teams of like 50 lawyers or something themselves, so they wanted to make sure we were a proper non-profit, and this was going to be a thing that we had to defend. And we started talking about strategies and what we were going to do and how we were going to approach this. At this point I started to get a little bit more calm again, because we had a really good team of people who were able to help. And then at some point, we worked out that we needed to go public about all of this. So we published a statement on our website saying we were aware of it, that someone had sent us it over Twitter. We think it's baseless, and we intend to vigorously defend. I mean, that's a fairly bland statement. I'm not going to tweet that, yeah, we're being sued, we're totally guilty. So this was a bit of a holding statement, but in the background there was quite a lot of work going on. So we had a look at some of this. We reached out to various organizations, and we had lots of offers of support from those organizations. There was various things we could have done at this time. We could have written to Rothschild Patent Imaging and saying, hey, our lawyers are like pro bono, so your standard method of extorting money out of people isn't going to work this time because the calculations are different. In fact, we did receive a settlement offer from them fairly early on, I think 3 or 4 days after they filed this, offering if we paid them the high tens of thousands of dollars, so high five figures, then they would give us a license and all this would go away and we didn't need to worry about it and we didn't need to pay lots of lawyers. We said, thank you very much, but no, which slightly confused them. Shearman suggested we could write to them and say, hey, we're pro bono, and then maybe Rothschild would drop off and just say, oh, it's too much hassle. I remember my second or third phone call with them when I told them my objectives. So my objectives was not to just win the case. I wanted to make sure that Rothschild and any patent troll out there would not ever dream of attacking any free software project ever again. And they would... For me, it's bigger. It's bigger than just GNOME. They have sued 6 other companies, I believe, at the same time, pretty much within 24 hours of each other over the same patent. 5 other proprietary companies, haven't really heard of them or what they do before. But given the breadth of the patents, it's not too surprising they managed to find someone. So and this is my personal opinion, I don't think Rothschild targeted free software. I don't think they targeted us because we're a non-profit. Interestingly, the day before we got sued, we just announced that we'd got a $500,000 donation, and I'm sure these are nothing to do with each other whatsoever, but the timing is a little suspicious. So I don't think they realized what they'd got themselves into. And we wanted to show them that you attack any free software project and this will go badly for you. Attack others all you want. Go for proprietary companies. You do that. Okay. But hands off free software. Not only will we not pay you your fee which you're asking for, we will make sure this goes to court and we will win it. And then we will get your patents invalidated as well. This needs to hurt. And so, when I had that call with the lawyers, they were rather happy. It is not very often that you can tell the lawyers just going, yeah, so you know that thing you really want to do to go and go completely crazy and just do your best and just completely wipe out the other side? Yeah, go do that. That's fine. That's great. Don't worry about it. We're not worried too much about the risk here. We're a little bit worried about paying for it, but hey, that's fine. Our aim here is to send a message that this must never, ever happen again. So, we decided to go public. I wrote a press release and a blog post saying what was going on, saying that we had been sued, and that we found out over Twitter. They did, so the way it works in the US is you have to legally serve people. So you have to physically give a bit of paper to someone in California. Fortunately for us, this is in California, not the Northern District of Texas, where it is traditionally where patent violations get filed. So it is in California, it is in our home state. And when you register in the US, you have to have an agent who potentially represents your interests in that state. They had sent it to our agent, except it had been the agent we hadn't used for about 7 years, and they got the wrong address because I think they Googled the wrong address or something. So we didn't actually get the paperwork or anything they'd filed with us for ages, but it's fine. And we filed three bits of paper, 3 motions. First was a motion to dismiss. Now, this is a thing where you can say, look, before this even case gets started, before we even look at this, can we resolve this issue here first? Because we think that's important, and if we resolve this in our favour, then the rest of it doesn't matter. And our case is that this patent should never have been granted in the first place. It's overly broad, it violates Aleix, it's something that, an interesting one is there's nothing in this patent that can't be done by a human. There's no invention here, there's no magic new way of working. So plug photos in, sort by date, upload to internet, can be done entirely by a human, because they also said in their filing that it can be done by a human. So that's an interesting way to approach the patent. So our aim here is to get that patent invalidated. Our second one is our answer to the complaint, which is about how Shotwell affects this patent and particular things around that, and we think we deny all the claims except the pure factual ones. I think we do admit that we are a 501c3 admitted in the US, but that's pretty much it. And then our third one is our countersuit. We're essentially saying this is a rubbish patent, they know it's a rubbish patent, and because it shouldn't be patented in the first place, and if you're a good lawyer you should know that, then we'd kind of like all our fees paid for by them, for them giving the wonder of suing us. Now, that went public. It got quite a lot of press. And loads of people have been really, really supportive of us and what we're trying to do here. We've been talking with organisations as well, so the OIN, the Open Innovation Network, of which we're a member, have also lent us a lot of lawyer time to find prior art, in case we need it that far. Hopefully soon there will be something coming out on the EFF blog about this, highlighting our case, and many organisations around as well, including, for example, Software Freedom Conservancy, who've shown their support, and many others. And it's been really heartening to see the entire free software community rally around. So a quick question I had is, how much does this cost? Does anyone know how much it costs to successfully defend against a patent case in the US? 50 quid, so okay. We have 50, 10 million. It's somewhere in between those two numbers. How much does this cost? It costs on average about $1.5 million to just defend. That included? Time included. Yeah, so for lawyer time, but then if it gets complex, so if you want to get the patent invalidated, you have to go through the US Patents Office through something called PTAB. That's 30 grand just to file, without actually any lawyer time or paying for expert witnesses, which we'd need. This is not cheap. Does everybody have a phone with a camera on it? Get your phone out. There's one of these. And I hope everyone streaming as well is watching this as well. I'll also know if you actually do manage to visit this page, because this is live view, so we can watch as you kindly come and donate to us. So we are watching everywhere, so thank you very much to everyone who has. More importantly, we launched this about a week and a half ago, and we raised over $140,000, which was of our original goal, which was 125, which is fantastic. And this will enable us to actually give a good defense certainly initially, of free software, and not just of GNOME. And interestingly for us, it was over 3,800 individuals. I also want to say particular thanks to Debian, who have given us $5,000, and hopefully we will be announcing soon, sneak preview, Linux Australia are also giving us $5,000 to help protect. Because I really do believe that, yes, thank you very much, Shovel. And to, of course, everyone who has donated. And it's okay, if you can't donate, that's fine. What I will ask you to do is spread the word, is let people know that free software is under attack. This is not just about GNOME. This is about the attack on free software by a patent troll, and we've all known for many years that software patents are dangerous. Does it matter if we write our code using a open source free software license and we distribute it to millions if it suddenly turns out the software is patented and we need to pay license fees for every single copy of the code? What does it mean? And so we wanted to send that message that this can't happen, and it's not just about the money. What we wanted to show is the amount of people and the amount of public outcry that happens when you attack a free software project like this. So it's about the community coming together, and it's about sending that message. If you sue any free software project, the rest of free software and the rest of the world will come and will be angry and will come and help, and they won't stand for it. I should point out, I'm sure there's nobody here. If anyone does find themselves subject to this, people who support you should not send the opposing counsel horrible, nasty emails. That's not helpful. So the way we win these things is through beating people in court. It's not by being really quite unpleasant in the internet. So that's been a bit of an eye-opener. How much time have I used? About 25 minutes. I've got about 5 minutes or so left. So yeah, that's where we are today. Our next potential court filing, the main court case is probably, if it continues, is going to happen in March, so there's quite a lot of time, but there's lots of discovery and things that happens before then. I'm not going to talk about too much about what our tactics are, or the way we're approaching it, or the things we've discovered so far about this patent case, or our approach to it. What I will reassure people is that our aim here is to protect free software in general, as I think that's the most important principle here. Please follow along on GNOME.org if you want any updates. I think there's a mailing list as well if you want to see kind of what's happening and sort of keep up to date and are interested. I have about 5 minutes left, so I will probably not answer a single question you ask me, because there'll be interesting questions which I can't talk about. However, if anyone does have any questions and wants to ask something that I can answer without my lawyers shouting at me, then please feel free to ask away.
I'm going to do a follow-up question because nobody's asking. So how similar, so you had that problem back a few years ago about the, I don't know which company was, the trademark, right? Like they trademarked something called GNOME. Is it a similar case? Like do you feel this is similar, or is it very different, or what's your feeling about it?
Yeah, it's similar in a way, and it's very different in another way. So this, for those who don't know, a company called Groupon, who you may know do those voucher off things, they decided that they wanted to produce a computing device with software, and they wanted to call it GNOME. And they filed a trademark for GNOME in the US, despite us having that trademark. And we talked to them for a few months and tried to remind them, saying, hey, we've got this already, could you not? And they ignored us. and they filed it anyway. We pointed out to them that some of the engineers on the Groupon official blog were talking about GNOME and the software that they were using on the desktop, and so they kind of knew about this already, but they filed it anyway. So we responded essentially doing the same, asking for money, and the outcry from that was similarly amazing, which is why I was partially fairly confident that this would work. The attack on free software, despite, even if you, and some of the comments I've seen from people who have donated have, I'm very British, so what I'll say is that they were mildly disappointed when GNOME 3 came along. Despite that, they still donated. The recognition that this is something that is not acceptable and is something wider in his attack on all of free software, even if you don't disagree with it, is something that is very similar. Unfortunately, it's not a trademark, it's a patent, and it isn't something that has just been filed and we need to say, hey, we already have it. This is something that has been assigned a judge. And it is in court, and there is a real-life judge, and this is a real-life case, and if we're unable to make progress and meet our objectives that we want in time, then they have people standing up in a court case in front of a judge to go through this and decide if we've violated some patents. So the stakes are somewhat higher.
So post everything, so now we have an opportunity to educate the free software community and just everybody else about patent trolls. Are there any plans or possibly to work with the U.S. government and think about patent reform or some other thing as something like that?
So there has been historically an issue of patents and software patents being granted. When I was talking to the EFF, this is particularly useful because there are some pieces of legislation that have tried to recently go through the House and the Senate in the US. One of them got dropped, the second one's kind of stalled out, but a lot of the conversation around that is people going, it's like, yeah, we need this to protect, right, inventions and inventors, and this is important because this protects innovation, and then because of the blatant abuse of the patent system that's happened in the past, there's actually quite a lot of pushback to saying, but what about non-practicing entities, what about patent trolls, and then the lobbying firms pushing for this go, that doesn't happen anymore, they don't exist, they've all been driven out of practice. I think you'll find if they're suing a non-profit, maybe they do still exist, and this is still a thing that happens. So it is sort of useful to remind governments that and political parties that this is still an issue that affects us. Lots of lobbying goes through the EFF, for example, for that, also Free Software Foundation and the various foundations around it to try and do that. As a 501c3, we are limited into how much we can do political lobbying. We're a non-profit, so basically political lobbying can form no major part of our operations. It has to be only minor, incidental, etc. So we can't, as a foundation, directly do that. However, if anybody feels strongly about this or any issue, in fact, I would encourage you to, as a previous politician, I would encourage you to contact your political representatives and talk to them about your concerns. Don't send a mass email, call them, ask for a meeting, have a chat with them. If you actually, this doesn't just apply to GNOME and patents and everything else, but more in general, if you want to get through to a politician, have a meeting with them, talk to them. The more effort you put into talking and approaching to politicians, the more they'll pay attention to you. When I was a politician, I had hundreds of emails, and especially if it's a campaign which is copy and paste, then you just delete them all. And you just go, oh, well, 5,000 people sent me an email petition about this. Okay, well, some people care about this. But the impact of someone going and sitting down to you and explaining to you in human language about why this is important and why it affects you is incredibly powerful. So if you care about this, go contact your representatives, try and set up a meeting, talk to them. And through that way, we might actually be able to make some really good changes. I think I have maybe one more question if I'm lucky.
Quick question.
I'll promise I'll answer quickly.
Like, I have no idea about software patents actually, but they exist in the US, but do we also have them in Europe? And like, what does it mean for us other project? Like, can we also have like software trolls, or if we do patent infringement, can we do that? Like, since it's US law, or?
They don't exist in Europe. You can still be affected by them.
Okay.
Because you can get sued. If you have a user in the US, you can get sued over it.
Okay.
With the extra advantage of you get to fly to the US to defend it.
Ooh.
So you could argue jurisdiction, but that's part of the issue. Is this concept that, oh, this exists in the US but not in Europe, is fine, but it doesn't actually work. See GDPR. You can't just go, oh, well, I'm in the US, so I'm going to ignore it because that's a European thing, because it involves everyone in Europe. So the fact that this exists in one jurisdiction means it exists essentially for all global projects. And if you touch the US at all, then if you touch any country, you can become subject to their regimes. That is a overly broad answer. I am not a lawyer. Please go talk to a lawyer.
Okay.
Wait.
Is pushing for approving software patents in Europe. Some years ago, we have a fight. We won. I think very por los pelos by the minor. But I am more sure that the big lobbies, especially from United States companies, are still pushing and lobbying to try again at some point in the future in the European Union. And just another point, there are other countries also than the United States that they have software patents too. I think Mexico, I think Canada, and maybe others. So it could be relevant too, depending on the market, etc. Yes, that.
Yeah, with WIPO, and there's something called the Madrid Protocol as well, which if you get a patent granted somewhere, you can sort of get it ported and applied in other countries as well. So even if one particular jurisdiction doesn't let you register it, you might be able to get it in. So the point is that we should all, no matter where we live, and no matter where our projects are based, is we should all care about software patents globally, because it all affects us anyway. So I know I'm definitely out of time and I'm getting some looks. So thank you very much, everyone. And I think next up we have the closing ceremony for last. So hope everyone's enjoyed that. And who do we have coming on stage? Ah, wonderful. Shall I just give you the mic then?
Thank you very much. I'm Muriel. I'm from the local team. And I want to let you know a few informations that you need, but we'll wait until the presentation is ready. That's what I said. Okay, so again, we are here at the closing ceremony. Aleix, can you please put the next slide, maybe? Okay, so we'd like you to share the pictures you made with us. So please go to this link and upload the photos you have. There's a link to upload, but then you can also upload your own link if you want. This is going too fast. Okay, now today, very important social event, beer social event. It will be very close nearby. It will be at this place, Artesans, at 7. We will meet there. If you don't know how to go and want to go together, we will meet downstairs 10 minutes before or 15 minutes before, so we can all go there if you want. There will be some surprises, so I encourage you to take the night with a lot of enthusiasm and some courage. And also, tomorrow, I want you to remember we will have an event of Birds of a Feather event. We booked 4 rooms from 8 to 6, and we still have plenty of slots available. So we encourage you to propose some of these events and book some of the spaces. And also I encourage everyone to join these groups that will be working on different topics. I also would like to introduce next Helen Ellsworth from Canonical, who would be saying a few words as well. So please come to the stage and thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm up here because Canonical is a sponsor, which is the Trendsetter sponsor. And so I just want to remind everybody that Ubuntu exists to put software in the hands of users, and Snapcraft makes it easy to distribute your software. It's easy, it's fast, secure, safe. So for all the devs, Snapcraft.io has docs and forums, tutorials, no matter what language or toolkit you want to use, whether that's GTK or Qt or what have you. The forum's really active. If you have questions, we're nice people. We try to answer. You can also reach out on IRC or, you know how to find us. Yeah, so we always want to help people get their stuff published to reach the millions of users out there. So to do that, we provide a free build service as well as a free store to distribute. And the build service does cover 6 architectures, and Snaps run on 40-something different Linux distros. Canonical is very fortunate to have a large number of users. So if you do publish your apps there in the Snap store, you're going to have a broad reach. So we always want to promote a new, beautiful, secure, well-maintained software. So if you have a new app in the Snap store and you want to just let us know, like, hey, this thing is out there, this is kind of what it does, and I frequently maintain it, and here's the store, then we can promote that. Like, that's awesome. We definitely want to encourage that. And then kind of finally, on so many levels as an organizer myself, as from Canonical, thank you everybody for coming to LOS. It's our 3rd one, and it's very awesome. Whether you use Ubuntu or not, we still want to invite everybody to join the Snapcraft community to distribute your software. And yeah, thanks.
Please, Neil McGovern also will say some words. Come up to the stage.
Back again. I'd just like to thank everyone for coming. This particularly for me has been a particularly fun LAS. In terms of GNOME, it's our 3rd year of doing it, and the first in conjunction with KDE. The first year we kind of ran it, it was about how do we make apps on GNOME. The second year it was, hey, look, you can make apps with GTK and with Qt, and look, we're making stuff over here. But this year, I think, has been the first time where it's been something bigger than just some projects talking about how to work on their projects. It is about different communities coming together and saying, hey, how do we create something which benefits all of free software more? How do we create this thriving app ecosystem? And that's been amazing to see. And hopefully, next year, because, well, I don't know, do people think we should do this again next year, maybe? I think that's a yes. Yeah, so we'll hopefully do this again next year. See, it seems to have gone incredibly well for me. I found out I was talking this about 40 seconds ago, so I don't have much else to say. I do have some people to thank, who I think are on the next slide, maybe? Nope. Well, should I just read those out now?
Do it now.
Do it now, okay. So, this one's been fun. This has been two groups coming together to organise something. In particular, I've got 4 groups I'd like to thank. So the venue. Liltat Sansissa? Yeah, okay.
Lleialtat Sansenka.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Also the fantastic people at Barcelona Free Software Group who've come along locally to help support this. Thank you. Particularly the last papers committee. There's people who've gone through and made those very hard decisions about what papers to accept and to show anyone. So thank you for the countless hours they put in. And finally, to all the volunteers, those people who've greeted you at the front desk and answered questions and helped set up this wonderful conference and run around like complete mad, and including those who weren't able to come. There's many, many people, not just the ones here. I'd like to say a huge thank you to everyone who's volunteered to make this conference happen. Oh. Ah. I think I know who that's for, so should I just like do that, or are you going to... Oh, you've untangled yourself. I can do that.
You might do it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you do it.
Yeah, all right. Come here. All right. So, it's been... When we started, it's been since February, and all of us have worked hard in working on this conference. But one person organized all of us, kept us on track, made everything move forward, cared about every aspect of this conference. So I would like to ask Nurtsi to step up here. So we put together this portrait of Barcelona with some of our attendees, and in the back is all the organizing committee and their notes. And we know at the end that you're probably going to wind down, and there's a gift certificate for you at your favorite spa for 50 minutes of relaxation.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So please...
Wait. I jumped slide ahead because Neil was too excited to thank the
I was
volunteers.
going to present you.
Oh, okay, present me, please.
And now please, Aleix, Paul from KDE, jump to the stage and please say some words.
Cassidy, it's been our first officially organizing LIS. Actually, LIS, I feel that we did have some impact on what the conference is. Well, in general, I think that we've helped open a little bit its scope, and we've put on the table some of our ideas. I think it's this year I have the feeling that we're starting to become a bit more the sum of the parts. It was a very nice experience last year when I went to Denver. When we went to Denver, me and a couple of colleagues from KD. This year, well, myself, I also decided to push it to have it in Barcelona because, well, I knew that we could pull off a nice conference, and I think that you guys would agree. If you don't, well, you can tell me later around beers. But I am very happy about how it's been. I think that there's a lot of ideas that as KDE we are going to bring home, and I hope that next year we can discuss them together and, well, once more grow even bigger and bigger, and, well, do what we do best overall, which is produce the best free software we have for humanity, right? So, thanks. Well, yeah. Thanks everyone for coming. We won't stop you anymore. We're gonna have beer in a little bit. I hope I will see you all over there. We're meeting at 7. It's 400 meters from here, like Muriel said. Well, don't get lost, but it shouldn't be too hard, right? If you have any doubts, the local team will be going by foot later, and we hope we won't be getting lost in our own city. So there's that. But thanks everybody for coming once more. And one more thing. Oh, this is like Apple, right? Is it trademarked? What's the one more thing? I was just going to make a closing. Welcome.
I thought I'd say a couple of closing comments before we all leave and go back to our lives and whatnot. First of all, I want to thank all of you for coming. It's been wonderful interacting with all of you, discussing ideas, strategizing, all of those things. It's such an important part, especially at this first conference with all of us in the ecosystem, right? Today, we have people from the distros, we have the people from, who write the toolkits. I mean, all of us are represented here today. And all of us have all the right ingredients to make this app ecosystem happen. So when you go back, I would like all of you to think about how can we move forward. It shouldn't be about just coming here year after year. We have to take an aggressive stance to make success. So go back, think about how you can do it, reach out to each other, communicate, strategize, all of those. It's going to be really important in the next couple of years that we can build this ecosystem and we can be successful, because only when we're all working together, building partnerships, not just with each other here in this room, but outside, everywhere else. The Linux kernel community, Electron, there are so many other places that we can keep going. And this is our time. This is our time to move forward. Thank you and good night. Take care.